prosecutor because of a friend of hers who was sexually abused, whom she invited to basically live with her family to get away from her situation. She explained that in the context of her role as a prosecutor defending women and children. And then we heard her go after former President Trump, telling us to imagine the chaos, especially after she said the Supreme Court ruled on the immunity issue, that he has immunity from criminal prosecution. But the context was, we know who this person is. She says we're not going back to who we know, this former president. We know what we'd be getting. He's a semi-incumbent.
Yeah, she said that Donald Trump was an unserious man, and the consequences of putting Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. It was sort of a throwback to we heard a lot of speakers throughout the week kind of frame the Trump issue as one of not about ideology or extremism, but about the fact that he's going to rip you off. He's not going to fight for your interests. Kamala Harris sounded more like Joe Biden, sounded more like Hillary Clinton did in 2016 in saying that he is an outlier. He does not, he's going to be a threat to the American democracy. And I think that is a staple that we've heard again and again from Democrats.
And Josh has made the point throughout the week that what was a liability for Harris when she ran for president 4 years ago was being a prosecutor at a time where there was a lot of discussion about rethinking criminal justice. Now, a big strength that Democrats are playing up, that she's playing up in large measure because of who her opponent is. Donald Trump, somebody who has been convicted of felony, somebody who is still facing felony counts. She seems to be the figure that Democrats point to who can make that case against Donald Trump, maybe in a way that they were concerned that Joe Biden could not.
And former President Trump, of course, comes back at that and says, I wouldn't be in any of this mess if it weren't for the Biden DOJ, and he lumps in Kamala Harris with that as well. She also talked about the border, said she would sign this border bill that failed earlier this year. It was bipartisan. Did she effectively turn things back around on the GOP, Josh? Is she inching towards neutralizing this, or is former President Trump going to make the case, look, millions of people were let in on your watch?
Well, I thought it was notable that she was unafraid to confront the vulnerabilities that the Democratic Party has on a whole range of issues, including that of border security. She was, after all, the so-called the border czar, that had some immigration responsibilities in her portfolio, but she's really doing what Joe Biden did in his recent State of the Union address, where he pointing to the bipartisan efforts led by James Lankford, a very conservative Republican senator from Oklahoma, to try to get some deal done, and one that was pretty amenable to those who want more muscular border security policies. So, look, Democrats are never going to be the party that's seen as tougher on the border and more effective in dealing with some of the issues they're in. But if you can neutralize the problem or at least cut the deficit a little bit, that's a political gain.
She also went down the foreign policy road. We didn't hear a lot of foreign policy this week, but she went after it. She said Israel has the right to defend itself. She'll always make sure Israel can defend itself, but then noted the Palestinian civilian deaths in Gaza, said she supports their right to self-determination. Jared, you cover the White House. You hear from the White House often. This is essentially where the president is on this.
It's not a new policy. It may be a new way to describe it, but you have heard a lot from Jake Sullivan. You have heard a lot from John Kirby that what needs to happen is you need a short-term 6, 7, 8-week ceasefire, free the hostages, and then there needs to be sort of a next day. What does a post-conflict Gaza look like? A Gaza that is not governed by Hamas, a Gaza that is democratic and values the Palestinians who are living there. That's a complicated problem. That is not a new problem that this administration is facing. It is a problem that a lot of administrations are facing. But the fact that Harris talked about it in her speech is notable, because the Israel-Hamas conflict, the conflict in Gaza, and the Palestinian rights groups here at this convention have felt like they have not had a seat seat at the table. They have felt like they have been left out, like they have been ignored. That is what a lot of the protest outside this arena has been about. You saw Harris try and speak to their concerns in a way that also said, but we are going to ensure that Israel can defend itself. That got a big applause line here as well. Again, the Josh's point, notable that something that can be a liability for the Biden-Harris administration is an issue that she talked about head on.
She also said she will always make sure we have the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. I thought that language was notable if anybody was doubting her on the foreign policy front. I think that hearing those words matters. But Josh, you were struck that she mentioned Iran, that it was broader than just the Israel-Gaza conflict. It was an acknowledgement that there's something else behind the scenes here.
Yeah, well, there was a line that almost sounded a little bit like an axis of evil. Iran being the straw that stirs the drink of a lot of problems in the Middle East. North Korea, she made a reference to Kim Jong-un. She talked about the struggles that democracies face against tyrannies. That is a very muscular language. It's the kind of language that appealed to the voters who backed Nikki Haley in the Republican primary against Donald Trump. Nikki Haley, of course, endorsed Donald Trump at the Republican convention. But a lot of those voters who are more moderate, who believe in a strong American presence in the world, they must have been reassured from the comments that Kamala Harris made in the speech.
It's also noteworthy that we've heard from intelligence officials and military officials that China is our biggest adversary. We didn't hear anything about China being an adversary. We did hear her say that she will keep us in competition with China to be number one on AI and cyber as opposed to China, but no mention of them in adversarial terms. You know, Josh, former President Trump's big criticism is, oh, you say you're going to do all these things. Where have you been for 4 years? Oh, and also all your proposals are that of a communist. We know he's been focused on that. Does he have a point? She has been in the White House for the past 3.5 years, and she is considered more of a left-leaning candidate than the party may have seen. Even if his choice of language is pointed, does it sway some folks?
I wonder which of those arguments is going to have more power as this campaign gets underway. Is it going to be the fact that Kamala Harris embraced a whole bunch of left-wing positions in 2020 and now she's tacking back to the middle? And I think there are a lot of attacks you can go after the Harris-Walz ticket on those lines. But it may be that the better and more effective message is you're in power, you're in charge, and now you're running as the change candidate. That doesn't compute. That doesn't compute. And Donald Trump already has given it. He talked to Fox right after Kamala Harris's speech, essentially laying that argument out. How can you run as the change candidate when you've been in charge, you've been the vice president for the last 4 years, and look at how Americans are feeling about the state of the country?
And it's fascinating, that dynamic, because Trump is also running. She used the word sort of semi-incumbent, or kind of, you know, that's been kind of the argument is we're not going back. They are very much pinning his record in 4 years is kind of what to measure Harris on. It is an interesting dynamic that you have almost like two sort of incumbents running against each other.
Okay, what's next, gentlemen? Campaigning and then the debate. Could the debate change things dramatically a little bit? It really remains to be seen. We just don't know yet.
Well, we know the last debate had a big
I'm the wrong person to ask, because I didn't think having a debate in June was going to move the needle. Well, and I was wrong. So I'll defer to Josh.
I think the odds that we're going to have a moment as seismic as the June debate are very unlikely. Yeah. But look, Donald Trump is now, the heat is on Donald Trump. Back then it was almost a debate where Donald Trump had less to lose than Joe Biden, who was running from behind. Now it's Donald Trump who may be running from behind it a little bit, and he's got the last opportunity with millions and millions of people watching to change the dynamic of the race around.
All right, gentlemen, thanks for joining me all week of this Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jess.
Thanks, Jess.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage.
Hey pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Labor Day mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
With the incredibly spacious 3-row Chevy Traverse, you can change
"Let's just meet at the concert"
into
"Why don't I pick all you guys up on the way?"
The advanced safety engineered Chevy Blazer EV lets you turn
You think we should turn back?
into
Full steam ahead.
And with the affordable Equinox EV,
Keep an eye out for the next Charger, kids.
becomes,
Get comfortable, kids. We'll be home in 4 hours.
for summer adventures, Chevy's got you. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the Rock t-shirt in the back of your closet. Dude, remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff. Create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, August 23rd, 2024. I'm Ted Linder, and this is the Fox News Rundown. The Democratic National Convention in the books from the United Center in Chicago, where on Thursday night, Vice President Kamala Harris accepted the Democratic presidential nomination.
On behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination.
Now, following the speech, former President Trump checking in with Brett Baer and Martha McCallum on the Fox News Channel, responding to what he heard.
She can do all of the things, many of the things that she's talking about and complaining about. It was a lot of complaining. She didn't talk about China. She didn't talk about fracking. She didn't talk about crime.
Meantime, a man in custody for allegedly threatening the former president in Arizona. Fox's Kevin Cork with the details on another foiled assassination plot.
66-year-old Ronald Seiverd is behind bars after he allegedly threatened to kill the former president on social media. Now, he was taken into custody in Cochise County without incident, that according to a spokeswoman for the sheriff's office there. The 66-year-old has several outstanding warrants on separate charges, including a DUI and failing to appear in court in Wisconsin. He is also wanted for allegedly failing to register as a sex offender, as well as a hit and run in Arizona.
And the former president will hold a campaign event in Glendale, Arizona today. And 6 planets will line up in the sky this weekend.
It's already been a big year for astronomy in the U.S. We've had a solar eclipse, the aurora borealis sighting, and a 6-planet parade in June. And on Saturday, you'll have a chance to see another planet lineup. Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars will be visible with the naked eye. Neptune and Uranus will be visible for most of the night. They'll be visible across the country, but the best place to see them will be in the New York State region tomorrow between 5:45 a.m. and sunrise, which is expected at 6:15 a.m.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. I'm Ted Linder on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Josh Shapiro spoke, channeling his inner Barack Obama.
You can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom.
The more enthusiastic he gets, the more Obama he is.
You know what, Democrats? We are the party of real freedom.
But that vaccine mandate, bro.
The kind of real freedom that comes when that child has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future.
It's younger Barack Obama.
It is.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Drive into summer with the rugged Honda Ridgeline, Passport, and Pilot. Get outdoors and kick up some dust with Honda, the 2024 Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Value brand. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 1.9% APR on a 2024 Ridgeline and a 2.9% APR on a 2024 Passport and 2025 Pilot.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit kbb.com for more information.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell speaks at 10 a.m. this morning from the Fed's Economic Symposium in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. The big question expected to be answered: will the Fed, as expected, make interest rate cuts in September? A down day on Wall Street Thursday. The Dow lost 178 points, the Nasdaq down 300, the S&P 500 fell 50. Peloton shares surging over 35% after the company beat fourth quarter earnings and revenue expectations. It's the first time Peloton's loss was narrower than expected since the March quarter of 2021. New unemployment claims up slightly last week, rising by 4,000 to 232,000 for the week of August 17th. The average rate on a 30-year mortgage now at its lowest level of 15 months at 6.46%, according to Freddie Mac. A year ago, it was at 7.23%. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
She went from cheering on Bidenomics to talking about high grocery prices almost overnight. And with polls showing the economy remains a top concern for voters, her campaign says Vice President Kamala Harris will continue to focus on how people are feeling.
I get you. I get you thinking that meat prices are higher than they were in the pandemic. And I am going to be a person who takes on powerful interests to lower those prices.
Senior campaign advisor Gene Sperling, who served as an economic advisor to Presidents Obama and Clinton, insists Harris's call for a crackdown on price gouging in the food industry is not the same as price controls. Former President Trump disagrees, accusing Harris of a Soviet-style proposal and blaming her tie-breaking vote in the Senate on the Inflation Reduction Act for helping to fuel soaring costs on the way out of the pandemic.
We have the worst inflation, I believe, in the history of our country.
And that's absolutely killing people.
He's also slamming a revision in job numbers as evidence Bidenomics is not working. In a preliminary report, the Labor Bureau says 818,000 fewer jobs were created for the year ending in March. That revelation coming as the Fed considers how much and how fast to start cutting its benchmark interest rate, now that inflation is more consistently cooling, though it remains elevated.
Inflation remains pretty sticky. It's highly sensitized by the fact that we're in the middle of election cycle.
Kevin O'Leary is chairman of O'Leary Ventures, star of Shark Tank, and also known as Mr. Wonderful.
You know, it wouldn't surprise me if the Fed did nothing, because at the end of the day, we're not in a recession yet. And we've been waiting for this recession for 3 years. It just won't. It's like waiting for Godot. It won't show up.
We won't necessarily have one, right? Have you given up hope on a so-called soft landing?
No, I haven't. I consider it to be a 60% outcome in the next 24 months, and I'm investing accordingly. I think there's a lot more volatility associated with the lack of policy. We have one candidate in Harris, and I get her strategy. Don't take interviews, don't give any details, just ride the, whatever they're calling it, you know, the sugar high. But at some point, she's got to give some details about these policies she's putting out there and how she's going to implement them. You kind of know what you're going to get with Trump, and so we're waiting. We're waiting to see how this plays out. You know, what's the policy going to be between the candidates on energy? What's it going to be on border? What's going to be on taxes? Huge difference in tax policy. That could be quite interesting to see how that plays out. So the volatility in the market right now is lack of transparency on policy.
The Democratic National Convention, more broadly, has been framing Vice President Harris as a new way forward, even though she's been part of the current administration for 3.5 years. What's your take on that strategy?
Well, I think so far it's worked, but the truth is she was an inconsequential vice president. You never saw her, as most of them are, by the way. It's not just being critical of her. VPs don't get much press time. And then she was remade as somebody that's remarkable, and they did a great job doing it. You got to remember, she flamed out so early in 2020. And so somehow in the next 36 months, she transitioned into this amazing offering. And so, look, I believe it, as long as there's some substance. I mean, anything's possible in politics, but at some point, she's got to sit in front of you, a reporter. And last time she did that, didn't work out so well. So I'm kind of holding back and seeing how that works. I have no idea what she's done. I have no idea what's new about her. Nobody does. This policy she's putting out there is just Bidenomics 2.0. She's doubling down on a left-wing mandate that we know the country doesn't like that much. It's moved to the middle. Why is the question? How is she going to win swing voters, you know, undecideds in swing states with this kind of rhetoric when we know they don't like it? And so I'm a little surprised about that, but maybe she will redefine her direction. I was thinking she'd separate herself from Biden and say, look, that was the old boss. I'm the new boss, and we won't get fooled again. That kind of is a theme I thought would have worked. But no, she just doubled down, and a lot of people, including me, are saying, why? This makes no sense whatsoever, unless there's some secret sauce she hasn't shown us yet.
Part of that doubling down is still trying to blame inflation, at least partly, on price gouging. She's been talking about, you know, perhaps the first ever federal ban on it, which got criticism from both sides of the aisle. Do you think there is price gouging happening, including at the grocery store, and can government actually do anything about it?
No, it can't. It's been tried so many times. In the U.S. in the 70s, catastrophic outcome, lack of supply, black market, inflationary. Then you've got modern day examples, Venezuela, Cuba, North Korea. It's a disaster. That doesn't work. You can't have the Ministry of Cabbage pricing. It doesn't work. The market has to be the market. You can't tell a farmer what to sell an apple for, what you to buy it for. And I can't imagine America going there. So whatever she's talking about, it's rhetoric, not a chance in hell of happening.
Housing is an issue that's come up repeatedly, including at the convention this week, especially after Harris's proposal to give first-time homebuyers a boost of up to $25,000. That kind of government program can get pretty expensive pretty fast, though, right?
That idea is, it's beyond insane. It's so let me explain what a really bad idea that is. You've got a constrained housing market primarily because many people have mortgages sub 4%, millions of them, for the next 2.5 years. So they're not putting their homes on the market. There's regulatory environments in almost every state, the worst being California, where up to 50% of the cost of a home is the cost of regulation. So it's very hard to build new tracts. State mandates control housing, not federal. She talked about building 3 million houses. Exactly where would you do that? Which state will give you that mandate? How will you deregulate to allow the tracts of land to be available? And why would you give $25,000 into a market that's so tight that it can only be inflationary? It's the craziest idea I've ever heard. And of course, again, not a chance in hell of passing the Hill unless she wins majority control in both sides. I mean, look, I get what she's doing. I don't blame her for it. She's not even accountable for this stuff. She's just throwing crap at the wall, and so she should, because it's working. But at some point, you're going to interview her, and reporters are going to say, explain. In fact, if I'll interview her on that one, explain, because I'm in the real estate market. Explain to me how you're going to do that. Another opportunity to say, in all honesty and transparency, not a chance in hell that's going to happen.
A growing number of companies, lately at least, are dumping corporate diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, at least in terms of requiring certain progress. The maker of Jack Daniels describing this as evolving on the issue. Do they risk being seen as not caring enough about these issues, or is this a sign of a bigger shift away from concern about DEI nationally?
I think it's gotten caught up in a regulatory environment that's misunderstood. The truth about diversity, and I think qualified to speak on this because I have thousands of employees across my 54 companies. We hire good people. We don't care what their background is. We don't care what their gender identity is. We don't care where they came from. We only ask one question: can you execute your mandate? I have every kind of person working for me, and they're great people. I don't care what the color of their skin is. I don't care at all. And I'm as diverse as it comes because I hire great people. And that's what this is all about. I think if you let the market be the market, there'll be diversification. There'll be diversity. Every business looks for great people. Great people come in every size and color, from every background. I mean, in my case, remarkably, in the venture portfolio, over 16 years, 70% of my returns have come from companies run by women of every nationality and sexual orientation. I couldn't care less. They've done a great job building their businesses, running their mandates. I think there's a lot of people like me. That's how America was built. I think the pendulum has swung too far to whatever direction you want to call it. Let the market be the market. This problem will be solved.
As we very quickly approach Labor Day and the home stretch of this presidential campaign, I've been struck listening to the convention speeches this week that it seems to always come back, at least on some level, to bigger government versus smaller government, that battle between the Democratic and Republican parties. What's different about that this time, do you think, if anything, or is it really just the same old basic argument?
I've always thought that these conventions are important. It's sort of the idea of swarming. Swallows swarm by the millions to show each other the size of their community. And I think both Democrats and Republicans do the same thing. If Harris does not win, I think the Democratic Party is going to revisit the mistake they made on not running a process to choose a new leader, because the same thing happened with Hillary. She was anointed by the Democratic Party and was assumed to win, and she got smoked by Donald Trump. And if this happens again, I don't think either party will ever do this to themselves, because she wasn't tested by the market, so to speak. And I'm not saying she won't win. I have no idea. But my personal preference would have been to run a process for a couple of reasons. Biden bows out, for whatever reason. You can blame Pelosi, and she's getting the blame for it. But it was done for a reason, and Obama and everything else. But they are not the candidates. I listen to these speeches and I realize they're not the candidates. They're just giving speeches that most of the time don't matter because they're not what people are deciding to vote for or against. If she loses, I don't think they will ever do this again. This anointing an individual has an uneasy feel to it, to me. Not being tested by the market makes me feel queasy. And unless she delivers, this will never happen again. That's my forecast.
Kevin O'Leary, thank you so much for your time.
Take care.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Todd is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Todd, and I live in Georgia. I'm a veteran of 23 years. I love to give back to the community, whether it's my fellow veterans, some guy on the street corner. I offer what I can, when I can. I started noticing that my memory was slipping, and I wanted to take proactive measures to try to help that. I saw a Prevagen commercial, and I did some research on it, and I wanted to find out, does this stuff really work? I started taking Prevagen about 3 years ago. Since taking Prevagen, I feel clearer in my thoughts, my memory has improved, and generally just more on point.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Feeling congested? At Navage, we know life is better when you can breathe freely. Congestion shouldn't ruin your summer. That's why people just like you turn to Navage, a revolutionary and easy way to help clear nasal passages. Using gentle suction, Navage removes allergens, dust, and mucus in just 30 seconds. It's fast, gentle, and incredibly effective. Try Navage and get on your way to a better day. Get Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, Sam's Club, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe better, fast.
If you've been dealing with a POS system that just isn't getting the job done and you're in the restaurant, retail, or casino business, you need to call my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have the fastest and easiest POS system to learn, use, and manage. Their all-in-one POS system will save you time, effort, and money. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help grow your business like never before. Visit pdqpos.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Kamala Harris formally accepts the Democratic nomination for president on the DNC's final night in Chicago. The Philly teacher who inspired Quinta Brunson to make Abbott Elementary will address the PA Conference for Women this November, and a Jersey Shore shelter for abused animals faces an uncertain future because of confusion over zoning laws.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. Over the last few weeks, we've watched the best of the best go for the gold. Here at Colonial, we sell the best of the best, providing a gold standard car buying experience, proving to be the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. When it comes to selection, Colonial makes it fast. With over 200 vehicles in stock to choose from, we have just what you're looking for. Palisades, Santa Fe's, Elantras, Tucsons, Ioniqs, gas, hybrids, and EVs. Colonial Hyundai makes it easy to fit a new car into your budget. We have over 80 vehicles in stock right now with prices under $30,000. Drive one home today for as low as $199 per month. Colonial continues to be recognized for offering the highest trade-in values in the region. In fact, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. All this makes shopping at Colonial better. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Offers include all rebates and incentives. Vehicle must be purchased at dealer listed price. See dealer for full details.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman, vowing to chart a new way forward. Vice President Kamala Harris formally accepted the party nomination in Chicago last night and promised to be a president for all Americans and put country ahead of self.
We will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed.
A man accused of threatening former President Donald Trump's under arrest in Arizona, where Trump made a campaign stop yesterday. Fox's Aisha Hasmi.
Cochise County Sheriff's Department has now confirmed that they have in custody 66-year-old Ronald Lee Servid from Benson, Arizona. He's got some outstanding warrants in the state for a hit and run and a felony failure to register as a sex offender.
The suspect accused of making the threat on social media. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Fans of the Iowa Hawkeyes will have to wait a bit to see their head coach prowling the sidelines. Iowa self-imposed a one-game suspension for head coach Kirk Ferentz and wide receivers coach John Budmeier on Thursday due to NCAA recruiting violations that occurred in late 2022. Iowa said the issue involved communicating with the player and his family before he entered the transfer portal. While Iowa did not mention the player by name, the suspension is reportedly for a violation related to the recruitment of quarterback Cade McNamara, according to multiple reports. Iowa kicks off its season against Illinois State on Saturday, August 31st. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, if you're over 40, we got to talk about lower testosterone.
Lower testosterone impacts millions of guys, so it's important you know the signs.
Like feeling lower energy levels or libido, losing muscle, or being out of shape.
So, what can you do? That's where Nugenix Total T comes in. Nugenix is a testosterone booster that can help guys get back to how they felt before lower testosterone.
And right now, you can actually get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix to try.
The fact is, lower testosterone doesn't go away without doing something about it, and Nugenix could be the help you need to trim up, stay lean, and get back the energy you used to have.
Text CAR to 369-369 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text CAR to 369-369. That's CAR to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Lace up your sneakers for Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases on Wednesday, August 28th, when fans 55 and over get a chance to circle the diamond following the Phillies-Astros game starting at 4:05. Secure your seats at Phillies.com. Spend your Labor Day weekend at Citizens Bank Park when the division rival Braves visit on Thursday, August 29th through Sunday, September 1st. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm John Morgan. When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, your very own army springs into action immediately, 24/7. Our investigators, legal staff, and over 900 lawyers work together to fight to get you the best result as quickly and easily as possible. Insurance companies know who we are, and now you know it too. This firm was built for greatness. This firm was built for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Do you have $10,000, $20,000, or $30,000 in debt? Then listen to this. You may not be required to pay it all back.
I was drowning in debt.
I had over $36,000 in debt.
If I would have just made the minimum payments, it would have taken me 59 years to pay off.
Whether it's credit card, medical, or personal loan debt, National Debt Relief can help significantly reduce what you owe. In fact, debt relief payments can be 50% less than your monthly credit card payments. That's right, half as much as you're paying now.
National Debt Relief reduced my debt by over $27,000.
With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team that knows how to talk to your creditors.
National Debt Relief, they got me out of debt.
More than 550,000 Americans have used National Debt Relief to reduce their debt. Call 800-649-6464 to see if you qualify to settle your debt for a fraction of what you owe. 800-649-6464. That's 800-649-6464.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you are never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you're injured in an accident, we will work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, August 23rd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, that is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board, Phil Almquist, and Captain Kirk, our associate producers this morning, on a morning where Sean Farish will join us live from Nashville coming up at 8:30. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Gregory.
So, are we still waiting for that big surprise from the DNC? So, was it Pink? Pink was the big surprise?
It was Pink. My wife and daughter saw her on Sunday at the Link, and then she skedaddled on over to Chicago 4 days later.
I mean, if you were with us 2 weeks ago, we played Pink on one of those things for Kamala, those white broads for Kamala. Are you not allowed to say that? Excuse me.
Who knows? Just you're going away for vacation, so just shoot your shot today.
That was the big surprise. So TMZ reporting Beyonce and all that was all fake news?
It was not Beyonce. It was not Taylor Swift. Don Lemon was wrong. It was not G.W. Bush.
Don Lemon.
No, they just wanted people to stay until the end.
You're right. You are right.
As you all know, I sent you the log. I stayed up.
Yeah, you did. Journaling it at 11:29 p.m.
And so here's the thing. If you watched, after she spoke, everybody stayed in their seat.
Just hoping there's something.
Like,
you know
what I mean? And they played Beyonce's Freedom, and they were like, where is she? Where's Beyonce?
It was a giant troll by the DNC.
Stalker always says that politics is like professional wrestling.
Yep.
Last night was like a wrestling pay-per-view where you wanted to see great matches. That would have been Kamala's policies. You didn't get great matches.
Well, yeah.
And then you were waiting for the big return of the wrestler that was rumored to come back in the main event.
And they never came back.
Came back.
Yeah. I agree with you on all of that. But, guys, it's very nice. We have this young, up-and-coming politician that nobody's ever heard of introducing herself to America. So that's Kamala Harris. So welcome to politics, Kamala Harris, because for 80% of the country, she introduced herself.
It was story time last night.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
I think every morning when you start out, every newscast, I'll spend the first 5 minutes or so talking about my childhood.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell us about your father and your
when
mother.
I was 5. Like, go back to 8. Like, think about going on a job interview and then going, well, I was born here.
Yeah.
This is
sit back, folks. This is going to take a while.
Like, Greg Stalker, you're the boss. You're like, would you do job interviews?
No.
You go like, so where were you born? Were your parents ever divorced?
Nope.
It's the first question Greg asked me in April of 2022.
By the way, can I just say something? The thank God it's all over, because I can't take any more of this. I can't take any more of this nonsense. I can't take any more of this fake pageantry. I'm done with it. Thank God it's over. Thank you.
But the simps might eat it up, and that's the scary part.
Well, we have undecided voters. Despite what Trump War Room tweets out, we have undecided voters in Allentown, Pennsylvania, that made up their mind last night. And it's a scary, scary thing.
All right. We have a lot of good things to get to. We will do the big take on the DNC from last night. Also, Secret Service agents, well, we've got official action taken.
Can I say one more thing, too? The whole... I like watching... I don't like watching speeches, but I can appreciate a good speech, even if I don't agree with whatever the person is saying. But I don't think... Like, they're good speakers. Kamala Harris, the risk of having, like, Michelle Obama's and Barack Obama's, and even Bill Clinton's.
And Oprah.
Very good. Is that it kind of overshadows you.
Yeah. When it's about you,
yes.
You can't have 5 people shine brighter than you on the stage.
Because you could take those 5,
right,
and like they're some of the greatest speakers ever.
Yeah.
Whether you agree with them or not.
Yeah.
And then Kamala Harris is not.
I mean, you could argue her sister Maya is a better orator. She's been doing it for all of 9 minutes. What a story. What a time to be alive. We'll get to all of it. Secret Service updates, what happened yesterday in Arizona at the border with Donald Trump, and what is going to happen today in Arizona in Phoenix late this afternoon. You've got Bobby Kennedy at 2. You've got Trump at 4. Do we get a bombshell heading into the weekend hours on Friday evening? We'll have to find out later today.
Well, he took himself off the Arizona ballot.
He did.
So there's that.
He did. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:06. The great Dawn Stensland.
Yes, let's get to it this Friday. Happy Friday, August 23rd, and we are at 62 degrees this morning. So we are sponsored this morning by Macy's. 4 people shot outside a deli in West Philadelphia, 30 rounds fired. No answers here as we learn about what happened right in front of Oxygen Deli and Grill, 41st and Lancaster. Police say 2 men started shooting at 2 of the victims, ran down the block, and shot 2 others in right in the front part of a discount store. So 4 victims this morning are still in critical condition, and we still don't have any answers. We don't have a motive. We don't have firearms recovered. So many questions. Police still putting out the word and they're searching for more surveillance cameras in the area, but putting out more images and just trying to put out the word that they need help in all of the shootings that I've profiled all week. Pretty much overnight, we've had at least one or two of these type of shootings in Philadelphia, and I don't see any arrests in this one in particular. That's the one I will highlight for you. We're told that changes are now coming to Philadelphia's 911 system. There will be pay raises, we know, for 911 dispatchers and adjustments as to how calls are processed. We've heard a lot of criticism. We've talked about this a lot in Philadelphia. This is an effort to improve safety for all of Philadelphia, for all of us, and then conditions for those 911 dispatchers. We know they need to hire more, and so in part of the pay raises are to hopefully attract many different 911 dispatchers. Remember, after the George Floyd situation in 2020, the defund the police movement, the 911 dispatchers were part of the agency that this really took a toll on.
Defund the dispatchers.
Yeah.
What a thankless job that must be.
It is.
Trying to walk people through a protocol, keep them calm, make sure that, the proper authorities are dispatched in quick, orderly fashion. That's got to be a stressful job every single day.
Yeah. The problem is, to your point, it's stressful, but also sometimes they only have a few people to take on all the work.
Yeah.
That leads to mistakes. And
Right.
remember, we did have some horrific mistakes. Even there were some where the dispatch actually sent police to the wrong address.
Yep.
And resulting in a murder. I mean, it's hard to, it's like one of those movies.
And now throw in the swatting phenomenon, right?
Yes.
Where all these fake things are placed, and then you think you're doing the job, and you send somebody and they're not supposed to be there, the whole bit.
This is so true.
Yeah.
I know the headline, Nick Kayal's going to talk about all of this and more. DNC, day 4. Greg is glad it's over. Kamala Harris shares the vision.
Our long national nightmare is over.
And Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro also was on last night responding to Trump, former President Trump, calling him, quote, an overrated Jewish governor.
Can somebody take Twitter away from him, or Truth Social, whatever it is?
Truth Social. Yeah.
Could Greg just be Trump's brand manager?
Thank you.
Oh, boy. Could you imagine those battles?
Yeah.
It would be a battle, however.
I mean, look at the success of this radio station. I can be successful. I can lead success.
Could you imagine Stalker and Trump in a conference room?
Not everything needs to be on Twitter.
Okay.
So many are calling it anti-Semitic.
Let me just say this:
What?
it is we 100% know he's not. We 100% know he's not anti-Semitic.
No,
we 100% know that. There's no chance that that guy is anti-Semitic. However, when you put things on Twitter or Truth, whatever the hell it is, it stings. It stings a little harder. Like, it looks
because
a little.
It sits there.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
It just sits there and people look at it.
I'm waiting right now for the entire chat to be like, yeah, he knows what he's doing. Okay, good. Maybe he does. Maybe I'm wrong. But
I think if you read the full, my defense of it would be, but of course the media gobbles it up, and that's the point I think you're trying to make, is they take it and they run with it, and we know he's not, and it doesn't bother us. But when you read the full thing, his whole post is about Shapiro basically not being the VP, and then talking about Israel with the policy.
100%.
But of course, what the left sees is that first sentence, and it's just
yes. Yeah.
So I know we'll get through all of it today.
I thought the left was all about identities, though.
That's true.
It's amazing. He's a Jewish governor. What? You guys love your identity. You love your skin colors and your religions and your genders and your orientation.
That is amazing. You are correct. Yeah. We celebrate that, right? We celebrate diversity and everything.
Right.
He was like, I was just pointing out the celebration.
Yeah.
Well, the Phils are not celebrating.
Oh, God.
The score, we lost to the Braves 3-2 last night.
Yeah, I had a bad feeling.
Series.
They didn't get swept, which is good, and my prediction there was wrong, but they still lost 2 out of 3.
So we don't have that going for us, which is not nice.
They have a problem. Playing away And they really need to figure that out before the playoffs.
They legitimately could win the whole thing, or you could easily sit here and say it wouldn't be a surprise to see him get zipped in the first round.
Oh boy.
Seriously, over the last 90 games, they're below 500.
Yeah.
They haven't played great baseball for 3 months.
They're still ahead.
Oh, yeah. No, they're not going to lose the division. They're up 6 games.
So
yeah, they're fine there.
By the way, Nick, I know this is not a sports show and everybody's rolling their eyes, but what do you think of the Eagles picking up that Penn State kid?
Well, he's a Nazareth kid. He's a Lehigh Valley kid. Jahan Dotson.
That's why I brought it up to you, buddy.
Yeah, Jahan Dotson. Yeah, it's Howie doing Howie things.
He stunk last season, though.
Yeah, but the Redskins stink. Period. All right, the Commanders. Yeah, I'm still stuck on the Redskin thing.
It's wrong with
It's just more bullets for the chamber.
Yeah,
it's another weapon. I like
Eagles are going to be great.
Well, yeah,
I don't care who they picked up.
They're going to be fine.
Penn State kid from Nazareth, PA.
Eagles.
I had to ask you about him.
Yeah, man. Hey, look, little towns, you can still make it big in this life.
Yep.
Look at us,
brother.
Right, Dawn?
Yes, 100%. Believe me, I'm in the heat of football season.
Yeah.
Football game.
The heat. It's August and it's 65 out.
Next Friday, Dawn is going to be in Ocean City, right?
Yeah.
Battle of the Beach.
The Battle
baby.
of the Beach for the all the local high school teams and non-local too, right?
And non-local across the country. They're trying to, but there's a controversy with it because it's always Labor Day weekend. So now they're moving some of the games out of Ocean City. So woohoo, that's the controversy of my life. All right, which I guess if that's your only controversy.
By the way, programming note tonight, starting at 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. The first high school football scoreboard show starts.
Oh, nice. That's right. We're bringing that back
tonight. Tonight will be the first episode or the first show of that.
Yeah, Tim Wall's exclusive halftime interview. The old ball coach.
Today, 82 degrees, beautiful day for you. And over the weekend, Saturday 85, Sunday 87. Sunday the sunnier day, but it's really by all account, it looks like we won't have any major chances of rain until Monday. So a great shore weekend, or wherever you are this weekend, just beautiful. Macy's sponsors us. It's Macy's ultimate shopping event, extra 20% off designers. And the key part of this is these are the designers which rarely, if ever, go on sale. And then 15% off beauty, and that means all your brand name beauty brands, which is unheard of too. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply today at Macy's Ultimate Shopping Event. Thank you, Macy's, for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, John, thank you very much. 6:15 Friday morning, one last Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And it's brought to you by United Tire. The Big Take, Kamala's coronation. The DNC is in the books in Chicago. Last night, it was all about the Democrats' installed pick as Kamala Harris accepted the nomination that she never earned after nobody has ever voted for her. And with that, we are off to the general election with both tickets solidified, all the programming and concerts out of the way. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, Kamala Harris, and Tim Walz. Next up on the political calendar, debate night in America on September the 10th. And the honeymoon was full of a mixed bag of political lifers, some of which are washed up, some with massive reach and massive influence, from the Clintons to Oprah to Josh Shapiro to Joe Biden to the Obamas. The Democrats, the media, Hollywood, big tech, doing everything under the sun to make Hideaway Harris a viable, joyous, fun, uplifting new candidate. But now the real fight begins. It's time to roll up your sleeves, deliver your policies, which we got nothing of in 4 days, and see if the American public will truly buy what you are selling. But why has the Democratic Party hidden Harris? Well, according to former CNN host Chris Cuomo, of all people, it's because she poses a major risk, unlike past Democrats. Here's the current News Nation host giving his theory from the DNC. Listen and watch.
I think there's something special about Barack Obama when it comes to political acumen and political skill set. And I think he showed that last night. Now, there's also a reason that he and Michelle were removed by 2 days from Harris. Why? because you got to be careful about overshadowing your nominee. And when she gets this mantle, when this convention ends, when Labor Day happens, right, which is like a week after the convention, it's time for her to make the case. With me, on the media, in the papers, on the sets, from the stump, in a debate, in more than one debate. She's got to show she can make the case. 2 reasons. Maybe 3, but 2 reasons for sure. 1, that's why they picked her.
Are you with me?
And she shouldn't be hiding from making the case. You'll buy some time. The trend is your friend in politics, and the numbers are trending the right way. So they don't want to put her in front of the media, but that teaches us something also. You don't want to put her in front of the media because you think there's risk in that. Wouldn't have done that with Bill Clinton. They wouldn't have done that with Hillary Clinton. They wouldn't have done that with Barack Obama because they felt there was no risk about putting those people in the chair. So here they do see some risk. What does that tell you? It's an open question. I keep saying we've seen a drop in the level of political talent in this country in recent years. I think it's true. And I think that's what people were reminded of when they saw the Obamas, is that we got to a place where you had Biden versus Trump in America, the greatest country in the world with all these leaders, all these people doing amazing things. And that was the best you could get? 2 people at the end of their utility curve? Weird. So Harris is getting pressure in-house, in party, to make the case. Why? Because that's why she was picked, but also there are questions about what that case is for her. I heard 2 different members of Congress give me 2 different explanations of what she's going to do with the Iran nuclear deal. One said, completely clear-eyed, she's going to get back in it. Another one said, completely clear-eyed, they got to find another way. Which is it? It's not that they're lying. It's not that they're deceiving me. It's that she's got to pick a path. She's got to make her position known. And very often, even within the party, they learn from what they hear candidates say to the media. That's why it's so important to have free press and to have these conversations and to have these confrontations when need be.
He makes some great points, and I agree with most of what he had to say, especially on casting a shadow over her. Everybody that spoke this week, as we just mentioned before the big take, was far more appealing, stealing the spotlight, whether it was the Clintons, the Obamas, Oprah, and they're hiding her because she is a policy disaster and a political liability when it pertains to substance. You know, word salads were funny as the Veep, but you have to up your game when you get elevated from the number 2 to the number 1. From the economy to the border, she's a nightmare. But let's start with the border. We know she was dubbed the border czar, but the true border boss, that's Donald J. Trump. I thought Trump made a super smart political move yesterday when he went to Arizona to visit the border on the afternoon of Kamala Harris's coronation and also her biggest political vulnerability. Now, here was the Border Patrol with Trump in the background at the border. Listen and watch.
Under President Trump, we had the best policies in place that dropped levels to the levels that were the lowest in the history of this country. Now we have the complete opposite. President Trump knew exactly what needed to be done. He listened to the experts. To my right is what we call Trump Wall. This was wall that was built under President Trump. To my left, we have what we call Kamala Wall. It's just sitting there doing nothing, laying down. That's what this border's become. An open border. The country on the national stage isn't respected because we need somebody strong like President Trump.
Clear and concise, cut and dry. Trump posting on Truth Social the following yesterday. Quote, the southern border needs to be addressed. We must stop the plague of migrant crime and migrant rape that so-called border czar comrade Kamala Harris has unleashed on America. This nightmare ends, and it ends immediately with our victory in November, end quote. Then we get to the economy. Top economic analysts of both Republican and Democrat administrations of the past writing an op-ed for Fox News with the following headline: Kamalanomics skips Econ 101 and doesn't come close to reality. They write, quote, one economics policy that Harris is pushing is price controls, which would let bureaucrats decide grocery bills, followed by a $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers, in addition to a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a baby's life, as well as increased taxes on capital gains. Price controls have been tried before, and the results have been clear, consistent, and counterproductive. Rather than help facilitate sustainably low and competitive prices, price controls disincentivize the production that is needed to reset prices, to clear the market, and to match supply and demand at the competitive crux where prices are always set, end quote. Last night's coronation was the most important political night of Kamala Harris's life. She needed to knock it out of the park. Politico writing this yesterday in the lead-up, quote, Harris has never had an Obama moment. Tonight is her chance. Did she meet the moment? Well, here she was talking about her boss, Joe Biden. Listen and watch.
To our President Joe Biden. When I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both.
You know, we don't need history, Kamala, to tell us about Joe, the lowest rated president since Jimmy Carter. So great that he got swapped out for you. But next, Harris actually brought up the border. Listen and watch this.
I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Maybe she did, but that might have been in her prosecutor days in California. Certainly not as vice president, as part of the current administration. And then lastly, an interesting observation made yesterday when it pertains to Kamala Harris and the moment she has in the polls, which are running counter to the betting market where Donald Trump now has a 7-point lead. Polling is showing that Harris is in the lead, but it's flagged by industry experts with different voter samples. We're going to hear one more from Kamala in a moment, but I want to read you this. This is from pollster John McLaughlin, who wrote the following, quote, what they're doing with the polls is they're polling fewer Republicans. They are polling a disproportionate number of Biden 2020 voters in these states that were dead even. They are pumping her up to shape a narrative. They are smart people. They know what they are doing. This is by design. This is intentional. And then Kamala Harris last night accepted her crown. Let's hear the final closing remarks from the newly minted queen. Listen and watch.
And so, on behalf of the people, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. President Biden and I are working around the clock because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done.
All right, a little bit of substance there. Not really talking about how you're going to get it done. But if you missed the last 4 nights, basically what happened was it was story time, it was vibes, it was feelings, it was hope, it was joy. Almost no policy, but lots of fear. And also trying to portray this narrative about change as if we're still living in the Trump presidency or the Trump administration, when we haven't been for 3 years and 9 months. But the fun and games are over. Stalker is happy. The concerts have concluded. The program, the theater, the production has wrapped. And Hideaway Harris's honeymoon will now take a Labor Day vacation. And then the first and possibly only debate goes down on September 10th. The narrative that follows from that evening, September 10th, could very well be either the final dagger to Trump or the event that exposes the copycat commie for what she really is, an in-over-her-head political fraud. Now, we sit back and we see what occurs today with Donald Trump and RFK Jr., and then we go into the weekend. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, if you observed those last 4 nights that you'll never get back in your life, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210. The big take brought to you by United Tire. Stop by United Tire and say that you want to trade in all of your tires, and you'll get $100 off of 4 new tires, and you'll get no-fault road hazard coverage for free. That includes free maintenance like rotations, flat repairs, and more. UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Kayal and Company, your thoughts and reaction on the other side. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. Let it rip in the YouTube chat. Or, you know what? Leave us a voicemail or two. We'll get to those coming up around 9:40 this morning. Back after this here on a Friday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years now, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. You know, from custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions, Kitchen Magic gets the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without any hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Put this on the calendar, your free in-home consultation, kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sports book. Well, we have something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of the NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. I love this offer. It's the best offer, in my opinion, of the year for FanDuel. So you have to get in now. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to download America's #1 sportsbook. Then, with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market games. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Remember, your first $5 bet and get a free 3-week trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. FanDuel.com/Greg. Download it now. What are you waiting for? FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Do you know what brand sells the most work shoes in America? Skechers. Why? Skechers has the best looking safety toe and slip resistant shoes around. They've got superior quality and simply incredible prices, but many people get them just for the style. So you can enjoy tough, steel-toed protection and slip-resistant soles anywhere, even if you don't need them for work. And since they're Skechers, you know they're going to be comfortable with Skechers' exclusive air-cooled memory foam. Find your new pair of Skechers safety toe and slip-resistant work shoes at a Skechers store, at Skechers.com, or wherever work shoes are sold.
The exclusive crash-proof retirement system is tried and true, outperforming the market through the worst of economic times, as it did for crash-proof consumer Larry Kipp. In 2007, Mr. Kipp's crash-proof system earned 15.8% interest, outperforming the S&P. When the crash of 2008 struck and the market dropped over 37%, his crash-proof system lost nothing. Mr. Kipp did not have to recover from the crash. His system credited 10.8% interest permanently to his account, as others tried to recoup what they already had.
People talking about all the money that they lost, and I could sit there and say, well, I didn't lose any. I knew that I couldn't lose principal, and so when the crash came, I knew my money was safe. I would say that there is a crash-proof retirement. I have proof of it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, September 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, at Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Pennsylvania's statewide tobacco-free recovery initiative supports your local radio station and reminds those in substance use disorder recovery that learning tobacco-free coping skills improves the chances of long-term recovery by 25%, and that more than 70% of Pennsylvanians in recovery believe these skills are helpful to both recovery and mental health. To learn more, visit tobaccofreerecoverypa.com or call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. Sponsored by the Philadelphia Department of Public Health.
If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and you're not using a PDQ POS system, it's time to make the switch. PDQ POS will not only save you time, effort, and money, but it's the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. That's why PDQ POS has been the top-rated restaurant management system for over 35 years. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help your business succeed. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
To defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump. Because, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs.
Well, there you have it. Queen Kamala last night as she wraps up her coronation at the DNC in Chicago. If you're rooting for wars, well, then I think you should vote for Kamala. If you want peace through strength and no wars, but the war machine takes a dip in its cash and its pockets, vote for Donald Trump. I think it's as simple as that. Kamala trying to say, I will not be pushed around by these dictators. All right. That 3.5 years. We got wars everywhere. Good stuff. 855-839-1210. We got a lot to dissect this morning. Cut sheet is coming up in just about an hour and 10 minutes. Sean Farish at 8:30. Your voicemail is coming up shortly after 9:30 this morning. But, I thought this was interesting last night, Dawn, as we stayed up into the late hours of the evening, perhaps the early hours of the morning. And, Soccer, you always bring up the notion when Kamala speaks, it's the girl getting up in front of the class, trying to give you the Cliff Notes version of the book that she never read. I saw this tweet last night that I thought perfectly illustrated how in over her head she is. This was from Peter Schiff, chief economist and global strategist for Europac.com and the chairman of SchiffGold.com. He says, Kamala Harris may have just set a record for telling the most lies in the shortest period of time. Her speech was 37 minutes. I think it was like an hour shorter than Trump's. He goes, I don't even know where to start, but I'll just pick one. The Department of Education doesn't fund our public schools. Local property taxes do that. And then he goes into the nuance of the conversation. But it just goes to show you, I think, Dawn, why they hide her, why they don't bring her out. Because they view her as somewhat of a movement, not like the movement that you would really have that would be palpable and authentic if it was Michelle Obama, but they're trying to represent like she portrays this movement. Yet the second she opens up her mouth, she really shows you how she's not ready for the moment. right? And I don't know that she's necessarily a stupid woman in general, but politically she's dumb. She just doesn't understand some of these concepts and these policies, like, I don't know, a communist policy on capping prices in the grocery market, which historically has shown us it never works. And I think there's this old adage of it's better to keep your mouth shut and let them think you're stupid than open up your mouth and let them and prove them right. That's Kamala Harris in a nutshell. And you got no substance for 4 straight nights from her or from anybody else that spoke, many of which overshadowed her.
Yeah, I mean, some of the headliners, you had Oprah, you had major speakers, all of whom overshadowed what she said. And right when she started, and she did have, standing ovation, and then finally the crowd quiets down, and you thought to yourself, what she says right now, this is critical. She has to just knock this out of the park.
Mm-hmm.
And so when she started, even the way she started, who she thanked, she didn't have to go into how she started, but then going into her childhood, and then it just rah, rah, rah. And then I looked down and Tony Bruno was
doing what Tony Bruno does.
He tweeted out like Sanford and Son, but Trump's face like AI'd over and I'm looking at it going, what is Tony Bruno doing? And I literally had like an ADD moment where I just started scrolling through because I just thought that, wow, this is so disappointing.
Yeah, it's and she really wanted to silence the crowd after the raucous ovation that she got, which is another, I think, no actually, because again, I'll bring it back to professional wrestling. When the crowd is going nuts, if you're the wrestler in the ring with the microphone, you basically let the crowd keep going until eventually you're forced to start cutting your promo. So then she says, "Let's get down to business," right? And she says, "Happy anniversary" to her husband, Doug Emhoff. And I'm thinking, this is such sophomoric, lovey-dovey, fuddy, like high school nonsense. And there's just never an ounce of substance. Like, she can sit there and tease us with maybe a little policy here or a little policy there, but she never explains how she's going to do it. Whereas on the other side, you have Trump, who not only will tell you what his policy is on energy or the border, but then he goes into details of how he's going to do it, when he's going to do it, whether it's on day one, whether he's going to snuff out ISIS in 14 days, whatever it might be. And there's a different level of, and I think you said this yesterday, and I think it makes perfect sense, intellectual curiosity with Trump, right? I think that goes back to the Theo Von podcast that we played for you when Trump was picking his brain on addiction. And I think as successful as Trump has been, as wealthy as he has been, and you can sit there and say that, he's had his certainly his disagreements with his inner circle and things like that. But it always seems to me like he's willing to learn something he didn't know yesterday, whereas Kamala Harris doesn't know anything. And she doesn't really seem like she wants to learn anything, right? It's more about just achieving the status and getting to a certain position as opposed to the rigors and the grind and the process behind reaching the finish line. And I feel like this is all this was for 4 days was just getting Kamala to the finish line, because now it's August 23rd. And Dawn, I know she'll do rallies, she'll be out and about, but basically she's got another 17 days where she can hide unless that first national interview happens, which could very well be this Sunday. Maybe there's a Sunday morning interview. Maybe it's next Sunday, the Sunday before Labor Day, the day before. But for the most part, she will be somewhat off the grid and untouchable for 2.5 weeks. And then we'll get to see if the polls stay the same, because I think now the honeymoon is over, right? It has to be over. And if it's not, if there's still a little hangover to it, if Trump has a great night on September 10th, then the honeymoon is over.
Yeah, I think that her speech fizzled, and it's what she didn't say. It's what she left out. I know we'll get to it, but Trump called into Fox News at the end. It was like a 10-minute debrief before they got to Gutfeld. And so he went through just his reaction to it, which I thought was great.
He was calling every network, by the way, because Fox News cut him off, and then he called into Newsmax. And then he called Greg Gutfeld personally as Greg Gutfeld's show was going on. He was like that caller that you can't get rid of. You're like, okay, we have to wrap this up.
Yeah. Ed and Delran, I got to go. The cut sheet's coming up. But, yeah, he got on live on the air with Gutfeld. I think I saw a clip of Gutfeld put him on speakerphone.
Yeah. Seriously, because it was funny because Gutfeld, because they stayed, to their credit, they stayed to time. It was over. They interviewed him for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Then they go right to Gutfeld, and Gutfeld comes out and he goes, don't blame me. In other words, don't blame me because they obviously were cutting him off. Brett Baer and Martha were, and he goes, I didn't do that, Mr. President. That was them. It was pretty funny.
Here's how it sounded.
Joe Biden in a Democrat primary. I have no doubt about it. And they made it absolutely impossible for him. They made it that you have to get 60-70% of the vote just to get in.
Yep.
And you know what? In the end, the Democrats did the same thing to Joe Biden.
Don, I got to go.
Joe Biden out of the party.
And that's why we saw a different night.
Mr. President, thank you so much for the time.
And
we appreciate that live feedback.
Stay right there. Live edition of Gutfeld is coming up. Thank you so much for joining us from Chicago. It's been a great week.
And Dawn, explain to our audience, because I saw the tweets, the videos of, oh my God, how disrespectful Brett Baer. Like, it's like a hard out, right?
It's a hard out, and so. Okay, here's your choice because your network.
Hang on, guys. As a programmer, let me step in here. If you have the president or the former president of the United States, you keep going.
Okay, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Don.
What I was going to say was as the anchor, because you have everybody, everybody's in the control room is screaming in your earpiece. Rep, gotta go. You have a floor director in front of you who's doing gymnastics. I would have kept going.
Yeah.
I would have.
And then
it's your breaking news. You're and if he is calling into others, it doesn't matter. You're the first, and this is reaction. It's a legitimate breaking news story. He was on fire.
So then he calls Gutfeld, and this is how the beginning of Gutfeld show sounded.
I don't know. I think we got to pay you a lot more money.
Hey, Mr. President, I'm live now. Say hello to my audience. So don't say anything that'll get you in trouble. All right.
I don't mind. At this point, what difference does it make? We're doing well. We're leading in the polls.
All right, Mr. President.
8 points down.
Yeah.
And they said he has to get out, and they basically staged a coup.
Yeah.
And let's all see how it happens. But I think we're doing very well.
All right.
We're going to do very well.
All right, Mr. P. I gotta go. I see ya. Bye-bye.
Gutfeld doing a live show and his phone rings. He looks down and it's Donald Trump.
That's so fun.
I mean, you have to answer it, right?
Yeah, come on. That's like the best bit ever.
Yeah.
No, I mean, but I think on that show, by the way, I love Tyrus, and so his thing was they came out and he goes, to me, the heroes of this week, the unsung heroes were Chicago PD. I love that he said that.
Okay, yeah.
Because you know what? Everybody expected. It could have been bad. Those officers were so tolerant.
Yep.
They had all those people in their face.
Yep.
The one night, there was only one night, it was nasty.
Mm-hmm.
They handled that with such professionalism.
Yep. Speaking of officers and speaking of nasty, let's get to Trump and let's get to all of these breaking stories really in the last 24 hours, from the Secret Service to what happened in Arizona yesterday at the border to what happened 2 days ago at the rally in North Carolina. Let me start with what I think is the most important off the top here, as this came down yesterday. Secret Service agents officially placed on leave after the Trump assassination attempt. I saw this courtesy of the Post-Millennial. Secret Service agents have been placed on leave after the attempted assassination of Donald Trump at a Butler, PA rally on July 13th. That, according to a new report from Real Clear Politics. The outlet reported that 3 sources say several members of the Secret Service Pittsburgh field office have officially been placed on leave following the shooting. As these agents are placed on leave, others have taken their place to fill in as needed for the job. As we know, Kimberly Cheadle, the former director, resigned. The acting director, Ronald Rowe, has taken on Cheadle's role in the agency. But now, finally, we have some people placed at least on leave. as this investigation continues, could very well lead to their firing. But I'll believe that when I actually see it, because as of this moment in time, nobody has officially been fired, even though Cheadle resigned and was probably a forced hand, but they call it a resignation. So that was great. And then we get yesterday. I said in the big take that Trump going to the border on the final day of Kamala's coronation made a lot of sense, because that's her biggest political liability, that and the economy. But she was once dubbed the border czar. We've seen the stats. You look at Trump, you look at the Obama era, you look at immigration illegally, and then you see the Kamala Biden era, and it just spikes. I mean, it's like a blood sugar spike after somebody ate a Mr. Goodbar. It's through the roof. And there was an Arizona man who was accused of threatening to kill Donald Trump yesterday. It was considered a major, major top priority. Now, they ultimately found the guy. They arrested him around 2:30 p.m. He is a 66-year-old named Ronald Lee Savrud. He was taken into custody without incident, but at least according on the surface, Trump had no idea that his life could be in jeopardy in Arizona at the border yesterday. Greg, this is clip K1, boys. We'll play this. You'll see this on video as well if you're on YouTube, as a reporter asks if Trump is aware that there's an attempted assassination, lined up for him in Arizona. Here's how that exchange went down. I thought he handled it beautifully.
Hey, there was a manhunt going on in this county. Somebody made death threats to you. Did you hear about that before coming? And what are your thoughts coming down here? Some people told me it's dangerous for you to be here.
I've heard it's dangerous, but I also have a job to do. I heard it's very dangerous. I haven't heard about that. They probably want to keep it from me. Thank you for telling me. Let's get out of here right now. No, thank you very much for saying. But no, and I have great respect for Secret Service, the job they do, including a month and a half ago when they were jumping on top of me with bullets flying right at them. So mistakes were made, and they're going to learn from the mistakes. But I have great respect. But no, I haven't heard that, but I'm not that surprised. And the reason is because I want to do things that are very bad for the bad guys. So I have heard it's very unsafe to make this trip. There were some people that really didn't want me to make it. Yeah.
So that was the first part. And then obviously he goes on, he delivers his speech. I played you the clip of the border agent in the big take as well, pointing out Trump's wall versus the pieces laying around that are Kamala's wall that have never been constructed. And then this exchange happened afterwards. Boys, this is K2 as a News Nation reporter follows up with Trump as he's about to get into his motorcade. Listen and watch this.
In this area, obviously, an assassin tried to kill you.
Yeah,
the
you know
sheriffs
what? Can
right
I tell
now?
you something?
Sure.
We're in danger standing here talking, so let's not talk any longer. No, I know about it, but they don't want me standing here. They don't want you standing here either. Have a good time. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, people want to shoot me in the head right now. Maybe we should get into the vehicle. I thought he really handled it, especially that first clip that we played for you. I thought he handled it beautifully, Dawn, because here's the thing. Does he have a fuse? Does he have a temper? Does he handle other things improperly at times that you can pick apart? Yes. But when it pertains to being shot in the head, this guy continues to take the high ground on this issue.
Yeah.
And I'm really baffled by the fact that he's able to do that.
Well, I think, and he even referenced it last night when he called into Fox when he was talking to Martha and Brett Baer. He said the same thing. He reiterated that they were telling him, "Sir, we got to go. We got to go." So the nice piece of this is when they tell him, "Sir, we're in danger. We got to go." He's clearly listening because he knows he has referenced the fact that, I mean, obviously we know part of his ear was blown off here in Pennsylvania, but also he referenced
Was
that,
it a bullet? Was it glass? What was it, Greg? What was it, Dawn?
But he referenced that
I mean, part of his ear wasn't blown off. But
yeah, it actually was, though. It was a.
No, he had an assassination attempt on his life. It's true, but part of his ear was not blown off.
The top of his ear was blown off.
Okay.
It was.
All right.
Well, here, let's just shoot.
Show me the tape.
Let's just shoot the top of your ear off and see how you.
Oh man.
No, but here's the thing.
Your mentions are about to explode, Slacker.
Here's the thing that he said, that you can actually hear the bullets whizzing by your head.
Yeah.
And when you have experienced that, he knows how close, he knows how lucky he is and how blessed he is. When you experience that, you listen to Secret Service when they tell you that. The other piece I want to point out is that I think the reason his detail has not been, fired or anything like that, that was the Pittsburgh detail that you talked. I know you just said it. But
Pittsburgh field office,
it was
correct.
the Pittsburgh field office, not his people.
Right.
And that's causing dissension among the ranks.
And
well, how come they're not? They were with him.
Right.
Because he wants his people. Because he's saying, they jumped on me. Those bullets were whizzing by. They risked their lives. I want my people. They've learned from it. And you know what I mean? So he's saying, look, they risked their lives. They've learned from this. This will never happen again with this team. They're my people.
That Pittsburgh field office has had a lot of issues.
Yeah.
You can search it, look up the history online. They have dropped the boat many times. I don't know that's necessarily the most prominent field office when you look at all the different cities that they have people representing. And then lastly, there was another story following the North Carolina rally from a few days ago. That is the one, if you recall, where the lady had the medical issue. Trump walks away from the bulletproof paneling that he has in front of him for the first time, checks on the lady. A man in North Carolina by the name of Robert Castona Jr. was arrested. Apparently, they're saying it was safe, it was uneventful, but this man apparently made no threats to assault anybody, no connection to any assassination attempt of Trump. However, he did have unwarranted firearms with him at the rally, and he was arrested for what I believe they are calling a road rage incident. But another moment, and this is again why you say, oh man, look at that Trump. He's it's not always just about him. He's checking on that lady, but you leave that bulletproof glass for a moment, just like when you're there in Arizona yesterday, as some News Nation hack wants to get a 30-second clip. To me, one of the big things Trump has to do, he has to just make it to November 5th, because these stories are going to continue to pop up, right?
God, that's a great point.
And by the way, this guy in Arizona that got arrested, also apparently a sex offender that failed to register as a sex offender.
Oh, great.
So, I mean, you talk about sick on top of sick, wanting to kill Donald Trump, a sex offender to boot, this 66-year-old, obviously, with a rap sheet, a record, and a sick, twisted individual.
You know what? You brought up something, you sparked something, a memory that Kamala Harris, did you notice in her speech, she said that she referenced J6 and said the individuals who went to the Capitol were armed. That Trump sent an armed mob. They were never armed. They were not. That's just not true.
Right.
It was one of the many lies that she told.
Of course.
It's something that I've said a long time. These people are Second Amendment people, a lot of them in the military, a lot of them in law enforcement that went to J6. They all have firearms. The reason I know they did not plan to do what they say, they didn't bring their firearms. If you know what I mean? That I've made that point multiple times. And when she said that last night, I was like, oh my gosh, how do they not fact check that? And nobody talks about all the lies she told last night. But that was a big one. There's no evidence that all of this mob brought all of their firepower. They didn't. They were not armed.
Good point. 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. And then today, it is a big day as the stage shifts away from Chicago and Democrats and Kamala Harris. All eyes on Bobby Kennedy and Donald Trump later this afternoon in Phoenix, Arizona. What will officially occur? We'll try to make sense of it and make our predictions on the other side. Kayal and Company as we continue. But first, a word from my friends at Piazza Mercedes. Oh, we are talking about the C300 Coupe at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. If you're in the market for a luxury vehicle and you want something sleek and stylish, this is the model for you. On the outside, I mean, of course, it's Mercedes-Benz. And then on the inside, packed with advanced technology. Touchscreen interface, AI voice recognition, sure to impress. The 2024 C300 Coupe features a turbocharged 2-liter 4-cylinder engine with a surprising powerful punch of 255 horsepower. Available today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. You can shop online right now at Piazza Premium Autos. That's PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, and tell them that Nick sent you.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. jabraenhance.com/try.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering the C40 lease for 36 months for under $500 to qualified buyers. This is a really fun Volvo to drive. We also have a huge selection of certified Volvos. And what about $15,000 off when leasing a 2024 XC90 hybrid? This is an incredibly fabulous Volvo. It's the Volvo I drive. Visit us here at Cherry Hill Volvo for the attention and respect you deserve. Hey, Joe DeCamry here. When you've got kids going back to school, life can feel like it's always on the go, go, go. That's why Tasty Cake has go-to snacks for everyone in your family. Whether it's a fluffy crimpet with smooth icing, a creamy peanut butter candy cake, or a sweet cinnamony pecan swirl, Tasty Cake has something unique for everyone. When it's back to school, go for what they love, Tasty Cake. Except no substitutes.
The following is a paid commercial message.
President Biden's big inflation problem is still here. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reported, quote, more working Pennsylvania families are struggling to make ends meet. But instead of helping us, Senator Bob Casey backed President Biden's disastrous agenda. Casey voted with Biden 98% of the time, including for trillions in wasteful spending. All of that Washington spending made inflation worse, making families pay more. If that wasn't enough, Casey also voted repeatedly in favor of higher taxes on Social Security benefits. That's right, Senator Casey voted in favor of higher taxes on seniors' benefits, leaving seniors with less money in their pockets. Higher taxes for seniors and higher prices for everyone. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act, paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia.
From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
What's better than saving? Saving with certainty. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 7-month certificate online and earn 5.25% APY. Visit firstharvestcu.com/online exclusives to learn more about this online-only offer. Want more reasons why we're a better place to grow? Check out our other savings options, like our growth savings account with amazing rates. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Jesse is a friend. Yeah, I know he's been a good friend of mine. But lately something's changed, it ain't hard to define. Jesse's got himself a girl and I wanna make her mine. And she's watching him with those eyes, and she's loving with that body, I just know it. And he's holding her in his arms late at night. You know I wish that I had Jesse's girl.
7:03, Kayal and Company. Hour 2 underway here. Live on a Friday morning. All the conventions in the books as we get ready. September 10th. It'll be here before you know it. Trump and Kamala on ABC for the first and perhaps only debate. 855-839-1210. Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we continue. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. You can watch us live on YouTube. You can leave us your voicemails. We'll play those coming up at just about 9:30, 9:35. Sean Farish is going to join us at 8:30. We'll get a little Trump impression from him. The one person in America that doesn't like him will cry about it on the voice machine and say, no more Sean Farish. It's not funny anymore. We're laughing and cackling like little school children, but 99.9% of you will have a good time. And then Greg's got the cut sheet coming up in just about 43 minutes. But let's get to the news. Dawn Stensland around number 2 here at 7:04.
And good morning. We are sponsored in Kayal and Company News Live this Friday morning, August 22nd. We're at 60 degrees. Well, 60 degrees on the main line. I believe we're at 62 here in Philadelphia.
Well, according to the Kayal Doppler radar on
Official.
the YouTube, it is 63 degrees at 7:04 a.m.
Is it 62.9?
No, it's a flat 63.
I'm just messing with
Only
you.
round numbers, folks.
We are sponsored by Macy's this morning. A woman and child, we have an update on this horrific accident. Woman and child dead, 6 others injured after that speeding driver had fled a traffic stop, even ran a red light, crashed into a family's minivan. This all went down in Newcastle, Delaware. Crash involving 3 different vehicles. It happened actually Wednesday late at the intersection of Airport and Christiana Roads. We're getting updates on the family. It's just such a tragedy here that police say the troopers had pulled over this vehicle. It was a Kia K5, a 2022 vehicle on South DuPont Highway. So state troopers pulling over this vehicle, but the driver actually takes off. And there's some kind of a chase here. And this tees us up for a situation. And we've seen this on the Pennsylvania side. We've seen it in Jersey. I guarantee you these officers are going to be criticized and blamed for this because they were in pursuit of this runaway vehicle.
No, of course. Always blame the police officers, not the suspects.
But it's just so sad. They're releasing pictures of, a mommy and her little girl, the family grieving, and then 4 other passengers of the minivan. They were all taken to the hospital, one of them in critical condition. So the driver is a mom, Charisma Stevens, and her 10-year-old daughter. They're both from Newcastle, Delaware, pronounced dead on the scene. And then Mrs. Stevens' other children are the ones hospitalized. Just in a mom in a minivan.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You can resonate with that, right?
Horrible, situation. And that's one, the police said there was nothing this woman could do. It's just this runaway driver, trying to flee police and crashes into her, killing her. We have the 4 people shot outside the Philadelphia deli. We talked about that this week as far as these shootings across the city. West Philadelphia, one of them. The one that the police are profiling, they need help on, is the one that I talked about that happened Tuesday night. 30 rounds fired right outside Oxygen Deli. And so that was Lancaster Avenue, that they're still looking for those individuals. We've talked about changes coming to Philadelphia's 911 system, just police and the city trying to improve our 911 system, which studies have been done recently under the Parker administration saying this is a failing system. They need to hire more people. They need to pay those dispatchers more money. And we know that even the police union, in a rare move, had agreed that usually police do certain jobs. The police union, which I don't even remember this in my reporting over the years of Philadelphia, they allowed civilians to take over different jobs just to try to help out with the hiring process. This is all a result of, in my opinion, of the defund the police movement. And I'm not the only one. Studies have been done on this.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, you talk about these pay raises, they're certainly not going to meet the cost of inflation and the rising prices. So, this is another thankless profession where these people are underpaid. And I'm not surprised in the least bit, especially with the demonization and the demoralization of law enforcement. First of all, even in good times when cops aren't vilified, it's a thankless profession.
Amen, Nick. Well, speaking of, families who are good families, good parents who are doing everything to raise their children right, protect their family, keep their kids safe and healthy. What happened at one restaurant is unthinkable, and a toddler's parents are putting out a warnings, really speaking out nationally, and this is making national and even international coverage. This family just urging everybody, be cautious, especially parents, when you order something like apple juice for your little one. I'm sure that Greg, you and your wife can relate to this.
Sure.
Their 2-year-old little daughter was mistakenly served alcohol.
Jeez.
My God.
Not apple juice, alcohol.
Oh, man.
Right.
Resulting in a trip to the emergency room.
No.
So the family is at a Fujiyama Japanese restaurant. This happened in California in Salinas. 2-year-old little girl, they order the apple juice in a little, and it's like they deliver it in a little sippy cup.
Yeah.
They think that it's apple juice for their daughter.
Turns out to be Budweiser.
She starts slurring and
God.
oh my goodness.
Man.
And that they realized the juice cup that she had been drinking had house-made cooking wine inside of it.
Oh, yeah. And
So
it
the
probably looks
server-
identical.
So the apple juice.
Oh, boy.
It's cooking wine.
Yeah.
The little one is drinking this, which is kind of bizarre to me because usually kids
don't drink or eat anything that they don't like.
Right.
Yeah.
You're 100% right. That was my first thought.
One whiff of that, you're like, eh.
Yeah.
Right?
cooking wine.
Yeah.
So she must have been really thirsty, or they said just drink it or something.
Where did this happen, Dawn?
This was a Salinas, I believe, in California.
What kind of restaurant?
It was Fujiyama.
Yeah.
So is that like a Benihana?
Just
like a Benihana, kind of a big family style restaurant.
Oh, boy.
Just like Pearl Harbor, they were trying to sneak attack that little girl.
Yep.
Oh, stop.
Jesus.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, my God. Jeez.
Whoa.
So did the kid just become intoxicated and get alcohol poisoning, or was there a tragedy? The kid didn't die.
No, but they had to take her to the. She was swaying. She was falling over.
I was
leaning
last
on
night,
the
too.
walls. She's a little, little toddler. Stop. No, it was served in a, they ordered apple juice. It came in a kitty cup with
Yeah.
the little top and the straw. So they rushed her. At first they didn't know she was slurring her words, so they didn't know what. They took her to the emergency room. The parents and the Salinas Valley ER. They did a blood test. The doctors did a blood test immediately.
And it matched Nancy Pelosi's?
She's talking like Nancy.
I'm just curious how you can tell because my 4-year-old, when he talks, sounds drunk anyway. So I don't know how you can talk.
You know what? It's a good point. Some kids speak early, and so obviously she's one of those kids because she's little.
Yeah.
She's just a toddler, but she obviously was articulate enough. They knew their 2-year-old. Like, this is not right. She had a .12.
Oh, my God.
Holy. Cooking wine.
Off of cooking wine for a
man.
little girl.
Man,
in these trying times, I might just.
These parents are gonna sue
yes.
this establishment normally I don't, I think we're too sue happy in this country, but on this I agree.
Yeah, you can't make that mistake.
That's
with
a bad
2-year-old.
mistake.
Oh yeah,
that's a bad mistake.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, the truth is they're gonna say, in this one, I'm not. I agree with you. I would sue.
Oh,
because you don't know if she suffered any brain damage,
right?
Or whatever, as a developing little toddler, 2 years old.
Sure.
The parents they spoke out though and said they were blessed that their little girl was they got her right to the ER and she's right now recovering and thank God she didn't die, to your point, because she could have had alcohol poisoning and died. But they said, parents, taste what is served to your children. Taste it first. And that's great advice.
Yep, totally agree.
Goodness.
By the way, Nick, just apropos of nothing, how old were you when you tried your first sip of alcohol?
16.
Were you 16? Wow.
I'll never forget it. Smirnoff Ices.
Smirnoff Ice?
Yeah, in a basement.
And you, Mr. Soccer?
Wow. I don't know, 14 maybe?
14?
15, something like that?
Yeah.
Dawn, would you like to, since we're all sharing?
We went to a neighbor's house.
I was 21 and I would never have.
My parents, so this is my philosophy with my kids too. We went to a neighbor's house. I was like, 14, 15, and they were serving champagne.
Yeah, sure.
They did a champagne toast.
Yep, and you had it.
And so they served everybody, and my parents said, that's fine.
In Italy and other countries, they give kids wine, at like, what, 10?
Yeah.
Yeah. When we went to Italy, my sons, they're not, they're obviously not of age.
Yeah.
They had wine every day they had wine with their meals.
Hell yeah. You go, Dawn.
I just think.
Are you under this illusion that your sons have, aside from that Italy trip, have never tried alcohol?
No, I'm not. Because here's the thing. I am real with my kids. I talk about this stuff to say.
Agreed.
Be aware of it.
Yep.
But I think it's better for your kid. Like for me, my parents taught me that I could say, you just said, when's the first time you had an alcoholic drink? Oh, with my parents at a thing. It takes away all of the ha ha ha.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? It takes away all of that stuff.
It does.
It's the poof theory. If you make it sound like it's terrible and it's like, no, you'll never try it.
Right.
As soon as they get a touch of freedom, they're like, I'm going to try it. And then
because bans don't work.
And then they end up in the ER because they drank a quart of vodka.
Yeah. And I tell them real stuff. I'm like, if you drink, it matters what the dirty drinks give the worst hangovers, make you sick. Think about this. Think about all of that. Like tequila. I go through it, all of it. Like silver tequila.
Yeah, so good.
The best.
The best.
And so if you talk about that stuff in a real way, you take away any of the, ooh, ha, 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 we're sneaky.
Can't wait till Dawn's boys are doing keg stands and Jaeger bombs in college.
I didn't get into tequila until I was in my 30s because I had a really bad experience on it because I drank some of that rot gut, Jose Cuervo that's like $12, and I got
nasty.
And I got sick on it, and I was just like, nope, never doing tequila again. Now it's like my favorite drink.
Jose Cuervo.
No, and by the way, when we tried that champagne, remember my parents didn't drink.
Yeah.
Didn't drink, didn't smoke. So
wow.
it was something where they just said, go ahead, try it.
That's probably why your dad's alive in his late 80s.
My parents did not drink and did not smoke.
I love it. Well, we've talked a lot, and I'll headline for you. DNC, Day 4, Kamala Harris sharing her vision of her presidency, the keynotes of the of the convention, big DNC convention. It's over. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, as we've talked about, he spoke out last night responding to Trump's Truth Social. And then as well, Senator Bob Casey had a less than 2-minute speech, I'll say, but they did profile him.
So boring with Bob Casey. Like, there's a reason they don't trot him out on national television.
It's amazing how many Democrats are untrottable out on television, isn't it? Really is fascinating.
Oh, he's just the worst.
Yeah.
He's
and
just
he knew
the worst.
it. He knew it. He kind of looked around. They were like, the crowd was like talking amongst themselves.
Yeah.
And I think because Elizabeth Warren followed him. I swear to you, I think that her standing ovation was longer and better than his speech.
Yeah, that's
I'm not making it up.
Elizabeth Warren got a standing ovation and started crying.
Oh God, she's
another phony too.
Another cringe.
And so I interviewed Dave McCormick yesterday at 11:30, and I just thought to myself, but Dave McCormick is watching this thinking, oh my, if I can't beat this guy, I'm just a loser. Like, how could this happen?
Newsflash, he can't. He can't. He can't.
It shows
Sorry.
you, I think that he has to truthfully go after the Casey name and talk about the elephant in the room and just say he is not his father.
I think the question is going to be more, will he get beat worse or
You're going Mastriano here, aren't you? You're going to bring up 2022, aren't you?
I don't think that. I
How
think
about Oz?
Or Oz.
No,
yeah.
I think it's going to be closer than you think.
Okay.
But I think right now is
Got a
the
wager
time.
on that at 7:17.
But being closer than Oz or Mastriano is nothing to bang your chest over. But I do agree with Dawn. I do think it will be closer, but like you
have to go right now. You have to go outside the box. If you're looking at that, you have to go to every door in Pennsylvania, but you also have to launch a different campaign. And you can't do the negative campaign anymore as much. You have to tell people, this is why I'm different. This is what I'm going to do.
Yeah. So you want him to sell hope, joy, and change. Basically,
Maybe
what
so.
Kamala's been pitching.
Maybe so.
I mean, it might work for her. So I mean, what do I know?
It's not working for him to talk about policy. He's talking about policy. And
amazing.
It's not sticking.
Policy's not sticking in this country anymore. Talking policy is a losing endeavor.
I have the greatest clip, and it was unintentional. Let me just say that again. It was unintentional. Peter Dokapil, or whatever that dude's name is from CBS. Do you know who I'm talking about? Yep. He said something about last night's DNC that he was trying to be funny, but it sums up the DNC in a way that I don't think he intended.
Okay.
I will get to that at 7:45.
All right.
Oh, I can't wait to see that. We are sponsored by Macy's. It is Macy's Ultimate Shopping Event with an extra 25% off designers, which rarely, if ever, go on sale, plus 15% off all beauty and those beauty brands that are never on sale either. So savings off regular and already reduced prices. Some exclusions do apply. This is today, Macy's Ultimate Shopping Event. Thank you, Macy's, for sponsoring Kayal and Company. I had said earlier, Phillies, we lost last night. We unfortunately lost the series against the Braves. We started a new series against the Kansas Royals, and that's 8:05. And Eagles tomorrow, right? 1 o'clock tomorrow?
Yep. Final preseason game that actually matters. If
Kansas
any
City
of them
Royals,
do.
by the way.
What did I say?
Kansas.
Oh, excuse me, Kansas City.
Kansas City's Missouri. Or Kansas.
Kansas, sorry. Kansas.
Anyway.
There was a host once from Kansas. I think he's still in Kansas. We talked about Kansas.
City. Kansas City.
Kansas City.
I'm
He's
way
from
behind
Missouri.
in the
It's
flame throwing category today. You guys are all throwing fastballs. I'm sitting here throwing change-ups this morning. Let me see what I can say in the next 20 minutes.
Beautiful weather. A beautiful stretch of weather. Today, 84 degrees. The weekend heats up to 85 Saturday, 87 for your Sunday. But what a lovely weekend weather-wise. Just in time for the start of school in Philadelphia on Monday. A lot of schools starting back Monday, especially Philadelphia schools and college move-ins.
College is fine, but we need to make going back to school after Labor Day great again, because it's hideous that we start in August.
Yeah, it's an inconvenience to parents too.
Plus, we don't have the AC. Even though I know Jalen bought a bunch of air conditioning units for Philadelphia schools, which is, crazy that we have to have our famous football players providing that. We pay through the roof on taxes.
Yeah,
but We still don't have air conditioning. It's going to be in the 90s next week.
Yeah.
My neighbor's kid goes to LaSalle, not college, the high school. They
Where Michael went.
Yeah, they started last week or something. Like what? What are we doing?
I mean,
Stop!
It's culture shock. I couldn't believe it. My girls, when we were in Tennessee, I mean, they start like August 5th. Now they get out like May 15th, so they get out 3 weeks earlier than Pennsylvania. But they start in the beginning of August. It's bizarre.
It's
okay.
ridiculous.
You brought up LaSalle College High School. I'm going to defend them.
Okay.
Because.
Well, they started the 22nd, so that was a couple days ago.
But
you know
it's
what I mean.
an all boys. I mean, Michael went there, and it's a great school, but it's all boys. Most of them are in athletics, so most of them are already at the school anyway because they're working out for everything.
Doesn't matter.
LaSalle College High School is boys only?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Just like the Mount, horribly named, is all girls.
How do they handle that? Not seeing any females throughout the day.
What?
How do the boys handle that? You're just surrounded by dudes all day.
Yeah, I know. I
don't
could not
think
have.
I wouldn't have.
They're
liked
not
that.
distracted.
Okay.
It's we debated it because we have one kid who went there, and then we have the other one who went to Germantown Academy. I'll just say it, which is some of the most gorgeous girls you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah.
So there's an argument to be made that there's a lot of distraction.
All right.
Boy, one kid at LaSalle College High School, the other GA.
I know.
I think we're paying you too much, Dawn.
Oh no, I'm. Trust me, I'll be working until like. My people live till they're like 100.
I'm kidding.
Someday you'll go to like a diner and there'll be like this 100-year-old woman going, "How would you like your eggs, honey?" Paying off all these schools.
How you like your grits, Toots? All right, by the way, this is the news still.
Oh, is it?
Oh, is it? I said the sponsor.
This is a 20-minute newscast.
No, I said the sponsor.
It's not your fault, Dawn. It's all Greg's fault.
Kayal and Company News Live.
Thank you very much.
you.
All right, quick break. We'll come back. Big day. Bobby Kennedy at 2 o'clock. He's been flirting. He's been teasing. Does he endorse Donald Trump today? He's already voluntarily withdrawn from the Arizona ballot. And Trump has teased a special guest today at 4 o'clock in Phoenix. Are the two destined to join forces? Kayal and Company, back after this.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you constantly searching for an extra energy boost? As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine. From Rescue Natural Supplements, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listeners can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing your order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get that second bottle of energy-boosting Rescue Orosine totally free.
Don't miss our end of summer savings spectacular at Hessert Chevrolet. Get amazing deals on top Chevy models like Silverado and Equinox EV. Now's the perfect time to upgrade. Drive home a 2024 Silverado 1500 LT at 1.9% APR or a 2024 Equinox EV at 0.9% APR. See dealer for details. These offers won't last. Visit Hessert Chevrolet today or check us out at HessertChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for full details.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Ship snappers moving from Kensington to Delco?
My uncle used to sell his gallstones at the Bazaar of All Nations out on Baltimore Pike. Had a nice establishment here, 3 different dart teams and 4 leagues, video poker, and hard-boiled eggs, pickled eggs. We keep them right out on the bar there.
See Joe Conklin in Delco at the Media Theater with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering the C40 lease for 36 months for under $500 to qualified buyers. This is a really fun Volvo to drive. We also have a huge selection of certified Volvos. And what about $15,000 off when leasing a 2024 XC90 hybrid? This is an incredibly fabulous Volvo. It's the Volvo I drive. Visit us here at Cherry Hill Volvo for the attention and respect you deserve.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
To me, the most important word in the world is dignity. There are certain God-given rights to be fed, to have shelter, medicine, and clothing. When many of our clients come to us, they face the great risk of losing much of what they have, in some cases, losing everything. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In one instant, an accident, a natural disaster, or the intentional acts of others can threaten our dignity. Whether it's the loss of a paycheck, paying medical bills, enduring a life of pain and suffering, or a claim with your own insurance company, or a business dispute and you can't afford to pay a lawyer by the hour, your dignity hangs in the balance. You only pay us if we recover for you. Let my firm fight for you, your family, and your dignity. Call us for a free consultation. Dial pound law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
At Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, get wholesale club pricing for everyone on the 2024 Jeep Wrangler 4xE. Or choose the 2024 Jeep Compass and lease for as low as $298 per month for 27 months. Go to TriCountyCDJR.com to see our great inventory. We're easy to find off the Limerick exit of 422. Visit TriCountyCDJR.com today for more details and experience the Tri-County difference.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org. Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Get your laugh on with me, Chris Jericho, and the Talk is Jericho podcast. We've got Guns N' Roses Hall of Famer Duff McKagan and his joke of the week every Friday, plus regular visits from the hilarious Brad Williams and special appearances by everyone from Gabrielle Fluffy Iglesias, Mark Maron, Dennis Miller, Cheech Marin, Kevin Nealon. If they're funny, they're on Talk is Jericho. So listen to and follow Talk is Jericho now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
She hides the television.
7:30, Kayal and Company. We're just 15 minutes out from what's on the cut sheet, and coming up later this afternoon, the final shoe will fall. The final piece to the puzzle of the 2024 election, as Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is set to drop out of the race. He has voluntarily withdrawn from the Arizona ballot. And at 2 o'clock today, he will have a press conference in Arizona, followed by Donald Trump, who will be in Phoenix, Arizona, around 4 p.m. today. And I say the final piece to the puzzle because the DNC has come and gone. It's Kamala Harris, it's Tim Walz, it's Trump, it's J.D. Vance. We'll have about 2.5 weeks now until the first debate is coming up. But the RFK Jr. factor will be interesting. Now, I do think he drops out today. I would give it about a 85, 90% chance that he will endorse Donald Trump. I still think there's a possibility that something else arises today. But the bottom line is I don't trust RFK Jr., but I do think he will have, and again, it's not going to be remotely close to some monumental effect. So don't fall for the bait later today if Kennedy and Trump are on stage together hugging and shaking hands and you start seeing the grifters with the tweets saying, election over, landslide, Trump by a bazillion points. Not going to be the case. But I do think RFK could swing things in Trump's favor slightly where he has a lead, where it's a coin toss, or if he's a small underdog to Kamala Harris. According to a Fox News poll, general election amongst RFK Jr. voters, the question was, if the candidates are Trump and Harris, how would you vote assuming RFK Jr. drops out? And it's a 14-point swing in favor of Trump, 41% to 27%. So if you just do some basic math here, if RFK Jr. is polling at 5%, and that might be a little high. I think it's more like 3% these days. But just for basic math, I used 5%. If he's at 5% and Trump gets 40% of that base, that's another 2 points in favor of Trump, which in a state like Georgia or Arizona, where the election was decided by 10, 11,000 votes, that could be the difference right there. Yeah. So I do think it's important. I don't think RFK carries the weight that he did 6 months ago. He is pretty much crashed and burned, but I still think it will be interesting because I do think Democrats are a little concerned about him joining forces with Trump, Dawn, but I already know what they're going to do. They're just going to paint both of them with the same brush and view them as like the evil tag team, right? Like that's basically what the mainstream media will do now if he joins forces with Trump later today.
Yeah, and I thought it was interesting that Trump, even late last night being interviewed said, I have no idea what he's going to do. We're both going to be in Arizona, but in fact, they're pretty far away from each other. So I don't think Trump was being coy. I don't think he was lying about that. I think that maybe they've been in talks, but I do not have a sense from Trump that he's promising, yes, you'll be in my cabinet, or something of that nature. And I think RFK Jr., my sense, is that he has been trying to save face, that he knows he has to drop out, and he has been trying to save face and negotiate something. But the fact that he withdrew from the presidential contest in Arizona, I think this morning, I believe his lawyers are in New York, or they've been in New York. They were in Pennsylvania this week, where they've been in court, because all of these different places are fighting him to keep him off the ballot and questioning signatures, etc.
So do you not think he will endorse Donald Trump? If you take Nicole Shanahan's commentary, we've given you multiple clips from a podcast she has done. Her Twitter timeline has been all Trump. I mean, it would be, unless they are on completely separate pages and not in lockstep with what the goal is today, it feels to me like Nicole Shanahan has let the cat out of the bag. I mean, she just said this yesterday on Truth on Twitter at 2:44 p.m. She says, my old Dem buddies have been flooding me with frantic calls, texts, and emails. Unlike Roe, R-O, I'm assuming she's referring to Robert Kennedy, I wouldn't dream of airing those private conversations publicly, which feels like a shot at RFK Jr., right? She says, but the message is clear. They're terrified of the idea of our movement joining forces with Donald Trump. When I point out what the Democratic Party and their super PACs have done to sabotage our campaign, their response is always, quote, but Trump is worse. Shanahan goes on to say, here's an idea. Stop suing us. Let us debate. Quit rigging the media and the polls. It's a simple formula. Get with it. she seems very much, at least from a verbiage standpoint, in lockstep with what Trump has had to endure. So unless she's planning on splitting from, maybe Bobby doesn't endorse Trump, but Nicole Shanahan's looking to jump on the Trump train, I don't know. It seems like that's pretty close to saying we're endorsing Donald Trump without publicly stealing the spotlight from her boss, RFK Jr.
I mean, they may very well endorse him. I just don't know. I just don't know that Trump, in return, would promise something as big as a cabinet position. I don't see that happening.
Where would you put him, though?
It's the art of the deal that's happening, and I just.
Did you listen to Donald Trump's interview the other day? He said basically that he is all in favor of giving RFK one of these jobs and basically going in there and blowing the entire thing up. So,
but it's not a cabinet position.
So where would you put him then?
Like the head of the CDC or something like that.
Something in the.
Well, I don't know about that, but in a situation like something
because
like that,
and
just
something
going in there and
he could be something environmentally.
Right.
He could be something CIA type stuff. He could do something CDC. That would be if we're selfishly and I think just from an American curiosity standpoint. How amazing would it be if he got some role with the CIA and he just starts declassifying all of this stuff? No, they'll never do it. But it would just make for our show to be an unbelievable day of, well, what else are we going to learn about today? Yep. I don't feel like he's going to do anything when it comes to CDC. Really where I feel like they're going to stick him. They're going to stick him with the environment because then Trump can say, I don't disregard climate change, and because obviously Trump's against the EV mandates as I am and all this nonsense. But then you can kind of put Bobby in that little environmental role, which I think suits him, fits him perfectly, and then you can kind of counter the left when you hear about them going on. Oh, Trump wants drilling and he wants fracking. He doesn't want to preserve the environment. You stick Kennedy in an environmental role and you kind of shut them up with that, don't you? Yeah. I look at it that way anyway.
Yeah,
so
I think that they very well may announce they're dropping out. I know Trump. Trump clearly said he would be honored by the endorsement. I just don't know that he promises.
He took himself off the ballot in Arizona. There's no shot he's not dropping out.
So what is he announcing in Arizona? I guess that's the question. What's the
that he's dropping out?
He's dropping out. He's endorsing Donald Trump, and you're going to have two guys because honestly, you got to think about it. This is why they do have something in common, multiple things in common. They've both been vilified by the mainstream media. They have both been basically victims of threats to democracy, being removed from ballots. And they are also, this is where you got to connect all these former, Trump's a former Democrat. My God, that's a Kennedy Democrat family dynasty legacy. Elon Musk is, very liberal on a lot of issues. Tulsi Gabbard, this is where I think you say this is a movement, and there are people leaving what they used to know and believe to join me. I think that's what you tell to the sliver of independents out there. Look around you, and you can sit here and cite polls of, well, Trump's going to get, 18% of the black vote, or Trump's going to get this with the Hispanic vote. I think you have to sell that. People are waking up, they're seeing what's going on, and they're leaving the Democrat Party because it's not your mommy and daddy's Democrat Party. Conversely, this is not your mom and dad's Republican Party. This is a populist movement under Trump. This is not the same Republican Party of the Bushes and the Cheneys and the McCains. That day is over. That ship has sailed.
Yep.
And I don't think it's ever returning unless in the post-Trump era of elections, this America First populist movement continues to get defeated at the ballots. Then you have a real dilemma. Then you're sitting back and you're saying, well, all right, the America First MAGA movement has lost 3 straight elections, but we don't want to go back to the Bush days. So what the hell are we, right? How do we win? So I just kind of look at what's been going on from a momentum standpoint, what the future looks like, and I think that's what you sell. Young boys are buying it. Dawn, you talk about it all the time. Young men are skewing more conservative than ever. I know Kinzinger was ranting last night about Republican Party is not the conservative party we used to know, but young boys are gravitating towards what Trump projects, and it's the opposite of what Tim Walz projects.
I know you guys dismiss Kinzinger, and he's a weasel. He's a little opportunist weasel. I agree with you. But how can you dismiss one and be like, he doesn't know what he's talking about, and yet say, well, Tulsi, she knows what she's talking about? Well, you know what I mean? Like it's the same thing.
Well, no,
you can't dismiss one and say the other is.
No, totally different. Here's why. Here's why I dismiss Kinzinger. There's still plenty of conservative policies, beliefs, and values to the MAGA movement. It's not like it's 74 million non-conservatives. I mean, my God, just point in case, and it's obviously worked against Republicans since, the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade. Pro-life is a very hardcore conservative value. So I totally reject what Kinzinger is saying, that it's not conservative. It's not the Bush approach. It's not the way it used to be as far as certain policies, but there's still plenty of core fundamental conservative values within the Republican Party today. Dawn, you would agree with that, right?
Yeah, I think what we're so the evolving parties, and it comes during a time of invention, a time of change in our nation, but also I'm going to say this, that what we're also seeing, and that's Trump speaking out about RFK Jr. Why? Because everything changed when Biden dropped out. RFK Jr. was polling at like 9%, and now is like 4.5%. And so I think what Trump is doing, and what he does well, is he pivots. He's flexible. And so that is what Trump, earlier this morning we talked about what Dave McCormick needs to do in his campaign to compete against the legacy of the Casey name. And certain people can pivot and can evolve quickly. I think for Trump, what he's looking at now post Biden, it's his Kamala Harris, she's the one. So how does his campaign pivot? And we've seen him within the past week. They met, he held that Mar-a-Lago news conference. He said, here's who I'm bringing in. I think there will be others. And I think his focus, even based on what he said in the wee hours of the morning or late last night, talking about Pennsylvania. So I think that the RFK, if you look at what that symbolizes, it symbolizes Trump right now, that they are flexible. They are looking at, all right, how do we win this thing? Who do we need? What do we need? And where do we put our focus?
All right, Cut Sheet is coming up next. Sean Farish at 8:30 as we continue with Kayal and Company on a Friday. Buckle up, a lot of highlights from the DNC and much more coming up next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Do you know what brand sells the most work shoes in America? Skechers. Why? Skechers has the best looking safety toe and slip resistant shoes around. They've got superior quality and simply incredible prices, but many people get them just for the style. So you can enjoy tough, steel-toed protection and slip-resistant soles anywhere, even if you don't need them for work. And since they're Skechers, you know they're going to be comfortable with Skechers' exclusive air-cooled memory foam. Find your new pair of Skechers safety toe and slip-resistant work shoes at a Skechers store, at Skechers.com, or wherever work shoes are sold.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. I drive an absolutely fabulous XC90 hybrid, the best of both electric and internal combustion. It's really an incredible Volvo. We are offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any 2024 XC90 hybrid in stock. If ever an XC90 was on your list, now is the time to visit Cherry Hill Volvo. $15,000.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 747 Friday morning. Sean Farish live from Nashville coming up in about 45 minutes. Your voicemails coming up around 9:40.
Yeah, get them in, by the way. If you haven't done so yet, there's a microphone on the Odyssey app. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, which I know many, many hundreds of thousands of you are. So we appreciate that. Tap the microphone button and leave us a voice message. We'll play it every day at 9:45. 9:45, Nick. 9:45. I know you say 9:30, 9:35, 9:40. It's all about timing. 9:45. 9:45.
All right. Looking forward to that as we find out what we have lined up. By the way, last cut sheet for Stalker until September.
Well, yeah,
wow.
I mean, you don't have to say that, but okay.
I mean, he's good. The Stalker summer sabbatical's coming up.
Yeah, like most people, I take vacation in the summer. Like, I mean, I don't know what that. I don't take vacation any other time of year except December and the summer. That's it.
I'm gonna start taking more personally. I'm gonna start using it more. I've noticed I'm like Dom. I never leave. I don't want to be like that.
No, that's good. No,
is it good?
No, yes.
Oh, it is
Yeah,
good.
It is.
All right.
Thank you.
It is good.
Thank you.
Also,
you're also new here. You don't get that privilege yet. You're doing very well, and we appreciate that. I appreciate everything you've done, but you know.
When do I get that 6-week vacation pay?
You got to earn your stripes here a little bit, buddy. You're earning your stripes. It's good, but you know.
Go on, go ahead.
Speaking of Kamala, I'm just going to pepper in like Kamala's lies from last night.
Yeah.
So one of the things she said is, Joe Biden and our administration, we're working around the clock. And now she's taking time off, and I know she's headed back to D.C. today. She said, where's Joe Biden? He's vacationing.
Oh, yeah.
In California.
Spends 39% of his presidency on vacation. Interesting.
How are they working? And did she work around the clock this week?
Yeah. By the way, most presidents do take a lot of vacation. I know we bang on them for but you look at and you can track these things. You can go back and find how many days each president was gone.
No.
It's an unbelievable package.
Mueller Auction Company has the question of the morning here.
Oh, wow.
What time are we bronzing?
Wow, yeah, you know
You
what?
said during prime time.
Well, it's prime time.
Oh,
love.
you want a bronze now?
I mean, that's whenever you want.
Do you want to do this while I'm playing the clips?
Well, I want Dawn to be involved in the cut sheet. We could do it maybe like right before Sean.
Okay.
Maybe 8:25ish.
Whatever you want. I mean, if he's playing clips, I can run in there. And
Well, I need you.
How long will it take?
I need you to comment too, Dawn. Like,
Yeah.
that's part of this job.
Yeah.
Is to comment.
You want to hold off until like the 9 o'clock hour? It's up to you.
Maybe we'll do it during the.
You guys, I'm pretty quick.
Yeah, baby.
You can whenever you want, Dawn. Just check out at any point. You come in, bronze me, and then just get back in your little saddle.
All right.
Do you have a longer clip?
Can we do this, please?
All right.
What's on the cut sheet?
Yeah, what's on the cut sheet? It's Friday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, Cherry Hill Volvo is offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any in-stock 2024 XC Hybrid. They always go the extra mile for their customers at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Captain Kirk, if you will, my friend, can you please get... I printed some stuff out on the printer. Can you please bring it in to me? Thank you. This is cut 21. I want to start with Josh Shapiro. Speaking of bronzer. He was on with Jake Tapper last night discussing... We talked about this in the 6 o'clock hour. Discussing the tweet that Trump had on Truth Social, calling him a Jewish governor.
The overrated Jewish governor
Jewish governor
of Pennsylvania.
Yeah. And this is what he said. This was his response to that. This is cut 21. Phil, go.
I think it's important to state that American Jews care about a lot of things. Maybe some care about Israel. A whole lot of them, like me, care about healthcare and education, and public safety and economic opportunity. And as I talked about here on the stage last night, protecting our fundamental freedoms. And I talked about how Donald Trump would inject chaos and division into this country, exactly like what he did with that ridiculous tweet last night. I think that there's something deeper here, though, than just the anti-Semitism that he spews, the bigotry that he spews. What a presidential race is really all about, it's about leadership. Who do we want to lead us? Who's going to be compassionate? Who's going to look at all of us, no matter what we look like, where we come from, who we love, or who we pray to, and say, you belong here? Donald Trump doesn't think I belong. Donald Trump doesn't think certain other people who maybe don't think like him or look like him or worship like him belong. That's dangerous, and that's failed leadership. We need to uplift this country, and he wants to drag us down.
But that's not new. And he didn't win in 2020. He did win with similar messages in 2016. How do you turn that back now?
Well, look, in 2016, he won Pennsylvania by 44,000 votes. Since that time, Dana, he lost in 2020, and every one of his political offspring, including Doug Mastriano, who he supported and I ran against and whooped in the last election, every single time he's endorsed one of his offspring, they've lost. Dr. Oz, Doug Mastriano, even people on school board.
But it's not the offspring, it's him this time.
And he lost in 2020, and I don't think he's improved his standing. And more divisive rhetoric is only going to make it tougher for him.
First of all, Josh, politics are inherently divisive by nature. It's not Donald Trump's not the first guy to be divisive. He won't be the last. Democrats are very divisive as well. But at the end of the day, here's what matters, because this is all you've told me that's mattered for 4 years, is identity politics. You're the part. There's two major takeaways. Number one, the left is the party of identity politics. So you can't jam down my throat every single day that you're Jewish or you're black or you're gay or you're trans. And then when somebody else on the other side of the political aisle says you are what you claim to be as from an advertising standpoint, because all you do is advertise. You don't get to call foul there. But he brings up the word anti-Semitism. Mm-hmm. Who's been the party of anti-Semitism since October 7th? It sure as hell ain't the Republicans. Who's the party that is fractured over the Middle East and stands with Gaza and Hamas and the pro-Palestinian protesters? It ain't right-wing conservatives. It ain't MAGA supporters. It ain't Rhino Republicans. It is left-wing progressive squad Dem members. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
If you listen to that, and I saw that live, but if you listen to that clip with Shapiro, first of all, he never mentions Kamala. He is running for president next time around. That's what I hear with Josh. And so when he says Trump doesn't see people like me and this whole thing, that all of this narrative is teeing himself up to run for president. And that really, to me, that interview, all I'm going to say is this. We all know, and Greg, you said it perfectly earlier. Does anybody really think that Trump is an anti-Semite? No. Look at all of his top people, let's just say it, favorite golden child. We all know it, Ivanka.
Yeah, his grandkids.
His grandbabies,
yeah,
they're Jewish. I mean, come on. I mean, so he's not anti-Semitic, and Josh Shapiro knows that. But did Trump, by adding in that one word, I mean, if he had just put the same Truth Social post or Twitter, whatever, and had just said that he's a governor who's low energy or whatever, but he opened the door. He opened the door.
It stings more. It stings more on Twitter or Truth Social. It just looks bad, and he didn't need to do it. To Dawn's point, he didn't need to do it.
Well, because you know what the left is going to do and what the media is going to do. But this is, again, where context matters. If you read the whole thing, the whole point of calling Shapiro Jewish, by the way, he didn't say Jew.
No.
He said Jewish. It wasn't J-E-W. It was J-E-W-I-S-H. But if you read the whole post, it's actually about what's going on in Israel. So when you are of Jewish descent and your party is screwing up the Middle East, I think all of that is in play because this is a guy that maybe should be doing more to push back against the left-wing faction of his own party that is pro-Gaza. So let me just read this entire post. And I know everybody loses their mind when it's typed out as opposed to being said, but here's his post. This was on Truth. The highly overrated Jewish governor of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, made a really bad and poorly delivered speech talking about freedom and fighting for Comrade Kamala Harris for president. Yet she hates Israel and will do nothing but make its journey through the complexities of survival as difficult as possible, hoping in the end that it will fail. Judge only by her actions. Yet Shapiro, for strictly political reasons, refused to acknowledge that I am the best friend that Israel and the Jewish people ever had. I have done more for Israel than any president, and frankly, I have done more for Israel than any person, and it's not even close. Shapiro has done nothing for Israel and never will. Comrade Kamala Harris, the radical left Marxist who stole the nomination from Crooked Joe, will do even less. Israel is in big trouble. Ask Bibi Netanyahu who he would probably rather have protecting and helping as an ally of Israel, Trump or Kamala Harris. I think the answer is Donald Trump.
My point is, he could have put that same thing, just extract the word Jewish governor.
Sure.
Again, I think we all are clear. Nobody thinks Trump's anti-Semitic, but putting that word there, you didn't need it. It was an extraneous word. So extract that one word, leave everything else the same. Plus, you get the same result, but you don't offer any open door for him to say what he said on national TV. And he comes across as, his voice is a little hoarse from the night before, from the yelling.
Well, that's from imitating Barack.
Yeah, but he comes across, to me, that was an effective interview for him as he's running for president in 2028.
Speaking of effective or not effective, I don't know. We're going to get to the whole implications because we all know what we thought of the Kamala Harris speech last night, but it doesn't matter what we think. It really matters what the undecided voters and the American people thought of last night's Kamala Harris speech. So let's start with a little bit of her. I know we played a little bit in the 6 o'clock hour. This is cut 10, Phil. This is just a little bit of Kamala last night, who, by the way, spoke for 37 minutes. I know, look, Nick, Kayal, I know you said that, Trump did an hour more than that.
Yeah,
Trump,
I believe it was 90-plus minutes.
Trump should not have done that long. His speech went on way too long. It's always better when you're more concise.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm not saying that she could have gone any longer because I don't think she could have.
No, she was.
That's all she had. She was run out of gas.
But brevity like that you don't want to bore the audience.
Well, you gotta
know your load. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cut 10, Phil, go.
And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks.
Oh, boy.
What was that little twist in her verbiage there?
And everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
I accept the installment of the power brokers that be. You know, we talked earlier, and again, it's, you know, what does the sliver of impressionable people take away from that? I'm not sure what that answer really is. It could be just a nothing burger. It could be like, she was okay. It could be, oh man, I feel energized. It could be, my God, now I see why they don't want her around and they've been hiding her. But the point is, for the week that was, they all claim that this, all the pundits, Politico, the Washington Post, this has to be the Obama moment because she's never had the Obama moment. And if you look at Oprah's speech, if you look at Michelle Obama, if you look at Barack Obama, if you look at Shapiro, everybody else had more oomph and more punch to their delivery. But maybe the bar is so low that it's not Joe Biden up there having brain farts and slurring his speech and losing his train of thought. And maybe that's all she had to do was come off as coherent, which, again, I don't think her speech was anything remotely worth talking about, but it was better than what Joe could do.
She did. Her job last night, guys, was to introduce herself to the American people, because the majority of the American people didn't know her. We know her because she's been vice president for 4 freaking years. Right. So everybody should know her. Everybody should know where
in
her
regards
policy.
To knowing, like, I did learn more about her personally as far as, like, her upbringing with her sister. Mm-hmm. So, like, I didn't know that because I don't research Kamala Harris's I don't really research any of these people's careers and lives. I could care less about. All I care about is what you do when you get in.
Yep.
But, like, to your point, yes, like, you know what I thought and I said this to my wife. I said, it feels like she's trying to sell that she's the American dream. But then I looked at my wife and I said, under her and Joe's watch, the American dream is kind of dead.
Yeah.
Did you guys get that American dream vibe from her? Like she was trying to project that?
It's the Obama playbook. It's the Obama playbook. Her whole campaign, guys, is former Obama staffers. David Plouffe, all of those guys are former Obama staffers. They're rerunning the same playbook. But you know what? It was long enough ago that people are like, "Oh, this is new and fresh." But for us who've been following politics forever, it's like, "Oh God, we've seen this movie before. It's a rerun."
Yeah, but except that Obama did not have this whole victimhood, and I think she was a little too victim-y to try to be. You want to be commander in chief. I will say what was more significant to me in whole.
Yeah.
Is what did she leave out? So she not only left out. I mean, she left out a lot, like China and many other major issues, right? But the fact that she'll raise the corporate tax to 28% and just chase corporations out of this country, which means chasing jobs out of this country. But you know what she left out? That she's got a Donald Daddy complex. Her father, Donald Harris, is alive. She talked all about her mother. Her father's alive.
Oh boy.
And she's got, and not only that, her daddy is Donald. She's got a daddy complex. She's got a Donald complex. Why isn't daddy there? And I started thinking,
oh, he's a Marxist, right?
Bingo.
So
he is a Marxist
if you're
economist professor.
Right.
Why does Trump call her a Marxist? Because that's her dad.
Right. She's got to distance herself from that because she's rolled out basically one policy, and it was communist in nature.
I got to tell you guys, and this is going to be an unpopular opinion, but
that's what you do.
Shoot or shoot. Just like the military stuff with Tim Walz, the Marxism stuff that the Republicans do against the Democrats, guys, it's not 2008 anymore.
No, Greg,
the American people
you're not getting what I'm saying, though.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying that as a talking point, The American people love free stuff. They do. They absolutely do. They would sell their soul for free stuff. It's the Santa Claus mentality. Give me stuff, give me stuff, give me stuff. So this whole Marxist thing where it's like, oh, it's going to be socialism, it doesn't play because the American people, especially the younger generation, doesn't care.
But what I'm talking about is I know, and I said this weeks ago, that her father was a Marxist, Stanford. He's now a retired professor.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's part of this. But the big piece of this is she's got a daddy complex and a Donald daddy complex, no less. And how does that play at a convention where low testosterone manhood was on display? Just look at her husband and all these guys. And so it's anti-alpha male. It does play with the male vote, and in particular, the minority male vote. So do you think that black men, Hispanic men, and I would argue to you, like all the men in my family are looking at that going, wow, she's got a real problem. She's got a daddy complex. Why wasn't her father, her black dad, she says she's African American, where's her black dad? He's not. He's nowhere to be found. He wasn't even invited. He wasn't even there. How does that play with the male vote?
You know what is remarkable about this? And you just think about it and you remove your Republican blinders and you just look at this objectively and you say, so the Democrats continue to sell victimhood, right? If you're gay, you're a victim. If you're a lesbian, you're a victim. If you're trans, you're a victim. If you're a female, you're a victim. If you're black, you've been a victim, right? It's victim, victim, victim. And then what do? We reinforce the fact that you are a victim, and now we're going to give you free stuff, right? We're going to give you $25,000 towards a home.
They love free stuff.
And so it's so simplistic, and when you actually look at it economically or when you look at, Marxism and communism and socialism, that stuff, and this is why I think to what Greg is saying is accurate. It's so it's too rich, too thick, and too in the weeds. It just goes over people's heads. Like if we did a man on the street right now, if we sent Captain Kirk out and we asked people to define communism or social, none of these people can do it. And these are the dopes that vote for these people. So when we talk about things not landing, like yes, it lands with this audience. This audience is dialed in. They live it, they breathe it, they pay attention. But like a 24-year-old dope who spends their day on TikTok, you think all they hear is, oh, Kamala's going to give me $25,000.
Yep.
Okay, I'll vote for you.
Yep.
It's the same thing with the student loan bailout.
Yep.
Those bills don't disappear. The onus is passed on to the rest of us.
I still think that I go back to something that Barack Obama said in his speech, which is something we say now, like, I see you. That's a big thing. I see you.
Mm-hmm.
Kamala Harris, right, her whole campaign, you know who she does not see because of her Donald daddy complex? Hey, American males, especially if you're an alpha male, and who is that guy? You know who that guy is? That's the working man.
Mm-hmm.
That's the guy who builds stuff. That's the union guy.
Yeah.
And so if you want to talk about who she may or may not appeal to, a woman who never was married until she was 50 years old, has the daddy Donald issues, had a relationship with and it's come out that Willie was separated from his wife, but the longtime relationship she had with a powerful political man, she was in her mid to late 20s, he was 60. Donald daddy issue.
I agree with you.
This woman, and look at Doug Emhoff.
Yeah.
On their 10th wedding anniversary yesterday, she plays a voicemail, she says, which is really kind of passive aggressive, if you want to ask me, that she's saying, really, you called me at 8:30 in the morning, and it was like this lame voicemail. Like that's so she's surrounding herself with all these guys who are low testosterone, wussy, whatever you want to say, male, non-alpha male.
Yeah.
I think toward the male vote,
yes.
If you look at this, that's who she does not appeal to. That's who's looking at her with a second look.
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree with you on the middle-class working man. I do not think that she moves the needle in that demo at all. That is a demo that if you want to find where Trump's sweet spot, and we've seen this, college-educated people are voting more liberal, but you grab, and I'm not talking just about, police or union workers, but you the guys right out here fixing our building here, building this building up. You think she resonates with that? There's no shot.
Nope.
Right. The only to your point, It's really the type B beta male.
I got to tell you guys, there's more Doug Emhoffs than there are guys like that. I'm just telling you.
What is it? What do you mean by that?
The guys that you just referenced that are right next door to us fixing our buildings, there are more guys like that Doug Emhoff than there are like that.
Really?
Impregnated the nanny?
You mean
no? I mean
like lawyerly type B?
I mean like what Dawn, beta alpha males. Like there's more males that are
Emhoffish versus construction.
Yes.
Oh, I don't know about that. Really?
Because what, dude?
I don't know. What are we? I look out there. I see that's the common man right there.
Yeah, but we're looking at the first-time voters, the young males in particular, and minority males, and they are revolting against this whole whatever beta male. You're going to play Dana, who unfortunately has a son. You're going to play what she says. I mean, this is a movement within young men to the point of Barron Trump and who he follows and getting. It's a
we don't raise men. Like, we are so far removed. This is just evolution and generations moving on. We are so far removed from the Greatest Generation, where like that that was a generation of alpha males, but then the boomers come in, and then Gen X comes in, and then the millennials come in. And each generation gets a little more soft, and not in a bad way. I'm saying that because we don't nobody was drafted, nobody had to go. A
lot of people signed up after 9/11.
Fight for their supper. You know what I mean? Like it's a different.
You can't physically discipline your child like you used to.
Exactly.
Everybody's in their feelings,
and we're raising more and more kids to be
soft.
Yes.
I think we're going to get. I'm looking at Doug Emhoff's, Wikipedia. He went to USC Law. I think you're on to something from the standpoint of kind of the wussif. I remember Ed Rendell said this years ago. We have become a nation of wussies. But I think that trend is palpable. But I think it's still a little bit of ways where you're saying it has surpassed in quantity the everyday working man, because you're talking Gen Xers, you're talking boomers, and probably the older millennial like I am at 40. I think we still outnumber the Gen Z mindset, not by a lot. So that's where I would disagree with you. I think there are still more Bobs in construction than Doug Emhoffs, but it's changing.
But my point is the way that the media, and this has been going on a long time, but it's the worst right now. And it's why young men, teenagers to, I'll say even up to 30 years old, so many young men who feel that society puts them down, and especially if you're a white male, but all males. I tell you, I'm a mom of teenage boys. I will tell you this. This is a thing that they are put down because they're tough, or they play football, or they play sports, or they're that alpha guy. And so why should anybody have to apologize for being who you are? I remember getting into a discussions at family gatherings, and they were like putting down a little 3 or 4 year old boy. What's wrong with so and so? Look at him under the table. I'm like, he's a boy.
Right.
He's a boy. He's not going to sit here like the little girl who's of the same age. Mm-hmm. Boys and girls are wired differently, and
sure.
I've been in arguments over this. But to put somebody down because of who and what they are and the way they're wired, that's what Kamala Harris and her administration represents. Trust me.
Yeah, it's really amazing when you look at the Harris administration and how nobody should be put down. Everybody should be accepted, which I agree with. But then you don't get to you can't sit there and say, well, trans rights and this rights and that rights, and then go after toxic masculinity and attack that as a entire demographic and category.
Masculinity is not toxic.
I agree.
And to say toxic masculinity that's a slur. That's what we should say. That is a slur. That is a sexist slur, and it's wrong.
Yeah, Dawn. Tell him. I won't put up with it either as a mom of boys.
She's got.
I'll never know what that's like because I've got girls, but
yeah. So
I
you'll have your own drama.
It's a different category of drama, Dawn. I might have to consult you.
Oh boy. And Greg, your son's too young, but you just wait.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying that if there is, the farther we get removed from World War II's and even Vietnam's, like the more the more we're taking the And going to war doesn't make you masculine or whatever. Like, it just shows you that that type of person just doesn't exist anymore, or they're older. So it's just I know it's a very unpopular opinion because everybody is yelling at me on the YouTube chat.
But I don't think
I'm just saying that
I don't think being against going to war makes you less masculine. I think we just see a lot of people that have smartened up that realize that the war machine is a thing and they don't want to be a part of these endless wars.
But part of what maybe I'm not articulating it well enough, but I think part of this is that young males feel maybe disenfranchised by the media and by the left progressive movement. And so they feel left out. They feel that they're not seen. If Obama says, I see you, and we want to see certain people, and I actually love that. I actually love that we want to see all people and see you by the content of your character. Except the only people who are invisible, one of the only groups, especially young males, who are searching for those male role models.
Yeah.
And if you know anything about boys especially, and I know girls too, but boys especially, they will seek out other young males or males who they view as as their role model, or who they like, or who celebrates them.
Yeah.
And this administration is not celebrating men.
No.
The fact that she hides Donald Daddy, that's a problem.
And, let's also point this out, too. Just because you're a type A alpha male or you're aggressive in nature and, whether you're a football player. I mean, I come on here and I don't really think I shout a ton, but I get animated and I bloviate. But I don't act like that around my daughters and my wife. So you can be like that killer alpha male in your professional existence and then, quote, turn off the switch when you're around females. It's not, they make it sound like, this NFL football player goes out there and slams his head for 3 straight hours and then goes home and does the same thing. Now, some of them do, and they commit domestic violence and they've got issues. But you are capable of being one person in one setting and then dialing it back where you need to dial it back in other settings.
Yeah.
But nobody ever wants to think it through and go beyond just the entry level because nobody has an attention span.
By the way, Signs of Autumn says about what I said about there are more Doug Emhoffs than there are construction workers. I know that's oh my God, I can't believe you're saying that.
Signs of Autumn agrees with you?
Yes, says you're right about men. That's why so many jobs are being taken by migrants. It also depends where you go. I noticed upstate PA, there were a lot more real men than near me in Marlton, New Jersey. I just look. I'm just telling you, there's a reason why plumbers and those guys can make 6 figures, because a lot of our generation, myself included, Nick Kayal, Rich Zioli, Dawn's husband, none of us can fix things.
No.
So
I just ruined
JD, look at what JD Wetpants
to say that I'm wrong, I'm just looking around me. I'm looking at the guys, and I'm not saying that Nick Hale's not an alpha male, or Rich Zioli's not an alpha male, or Larry's not an alpha male. I'm just saying that the generations are changing, meaning there's more Doug Emhoffs than there are guys working next to us.
Well, you mentioned plumbers and Gen Z. Let's throw this wrinkle into the conversation. What are we seeing now? We're seeing young men and women ditch college for the trades. So what do you make of that? Because they're doing these tougher labor jobs because the demand is there and the pay is so good and you don't get in debt. But are they of the mindset that they're more mentally soft?
By the way, my husband is an alpha male. He just doesn't fix stuff, but he is an alpha.
Okay.
Greg.
He's a beast.
Sure.
He's a beast behind closed doors, Greg. Okay?
Okay.
By the way, where's my bronzing?
Yeah, get
in
there.
Bronzed.
Get in there, bronze.
Speaking of alpha
bronze,
males,
woman.
I want to be bronze.
No, here's the thing. It irks me when I love that you're going to play the Dana sound, because you have to play that and just show that the low testosterone, or whatever you want, beta male, whatever, is the celebration, what they're celebrating. And to the point of, remember Gus, the son of Governor Walz?
Yeah.
That's why I didn't put him down. I'm like, good for, Governor, he loves his dad.
Well,
That's cool.
I'm glad you brought that up.
And Coulter called And Coulter called him weird.
Yeah.
No, and that's horrible of her. Again, Chardonnay and diet pills. There she goes again.
He's
and
off
doesn't.
limits,
She's
by
a
the way,
childless
now.
cat lady, isn't she?
We gotta leave Walls' son alone. I'm being serious. He's got a non-verbal learning disability. So yeah.
But even if he
off
didn't,
limits.
he loves his dad.
Yeah.
And you be you. My only point is that if he's up there in a military uniform going, oh wow, Dad, or if he's crying, that's cool. You be you. But why do we have to put one group down? And the group they purposely have put down, this has been going on a long time, but it's at its height, it's at its worst, is manly men or boys.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, get in there and give him.
All right, I got to do that.
Shapiro, me, baby.
All right, well,
I
first,
want to look like Barack.
First, before you go in there, let me play the clip that you're referencing. This is Dana Bash yesterday. Cut 6. Phil, go.
But they are doing so in trying to put forward male figures, Tim Walz being one of them, Doug Emhoff last night, who can speak to men out there who might not be the sort of testosterone-laden, gun-toting kind of guy.
So, honestly, what I take away from that, and I know, Dawn, you have thoughts on this because you kept queuing up Greg for the clip, it's what they're doing. No, I'm being serious, and I know you wanted to get to that. They're basically trying to trot out men that are the complete opposite from a projection standpoint of Trump.
Yeah.
Right? Trump's out there hitting golf balls. Trump's talking trash in his golf cart. Trump's doing the things like the locker room talk, which I do in my personal life all the time, and now they're trying to project the polar opposite with men. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, and she, I hope John King, who's the father of her son, who I think was born in 2011, they were only married a year, but I can see why. I hope that John has an active role as a dad in his son's life, because the fact that the way she said that to me, I was like, oh, I feel sorry for that kid, because it bothers me when especially moms of boys are not just celebrating them, just celebrate boys being boys, and the fact that it's like she's talking about a high testosterone or whatever. They're putting this individual down, and by the way, many would argue that this is a plan.
By the way,
that the media wants to put down military hoorah guys who would go to war and wussify them.
There are studies that have shown that over the years, testosterone in males has gone down quite significantly. So I'm just telling you guys that, because we all raise our kids to be, we want, like the greatest generation raised the boomers differently than they were raised, and then the boomers raised their kids, the Gen Z kids, differently than they were raised, and every generation gets a little more soft when we get farther and farther away from. I mean, think about technology now. You don't think that this generation is soft when they have, they can order food right on their phone. They can sit downstairs and play video games. Sure. They don't have to go outside if they don't want to. They don't have to talk to anybody. They don't have to. It's impossible to say that we're not getting softer as a generation, and the population is changing enough that a lot of those quote unquote manly men are dying off.
Yep. No, you're right. And it's a total change, and it's and look, you embrace whoever you are. That's what the left always tell you. Embrace your identity. But my whole thing is you can't be the party of victimhood and then go on the attack and basically say, and really what's happened here is Jewish people are under attack, alpha males, white males, Catholics, Christians. It's like you want to talk about all these little fringe groups, and great, they deserve every right that the rest of us have. But then you can't go out there and try attacking the masses. And I think that's what you're talking about, Dawn. That's the ultimate hypocrisy here.
All right, we're going to play Cut 11 here, Phil. And while we're playing Cut 11, this is Kamala Harris talking about Donald Trump last night. Do you want to go in there?
Yeah, I'm going to bronze.
Bronze, baby.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. The comments are coming in hot and heavy.
The tanning of my head will take you out of the hot seat.
Everybody who's watching right
Here
now,
she comes.
please. Everybody who's watching right now, please hit the like button. Everybody.
I'm just going to sit here. I'm going to keep commenting.
All right, you can watch this.
Dawn, can you do it from the back?
Do the full screen.
Oh, we got to go forward. Okay.
Phil, don't play the video for this. Just keep the video on Nick and Dawn. And youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see it. This is Kamala Harris from last night. Cut, yeah.
Smells good.
Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation.
Kamala's talking here, Dawn.
Look at this. Look at this video. Look at this visual.
Ways, Donald Trump
As we talk about the wussification of America.
Let's just pause, Kamala. Nobody wants to hear her anyway. I am comfortable in my masculinity.
I am sitting here talking about how we as a generation are getting softer, and there's more Doug Emhoffs. As Nick Kayal is getting makeup put on him.
My daughter's called me a powdered donut. Now I'm a cinnamon sugar donut. I got a little nicer.
MGM guys, is this OnlyFans?
Yes, this is my OnlyFans, folks. Do we really want to hear Kamala?
Just a little more.
Consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious.
Yep.
Wow.
Extremely serious. It's great.
Consider.
You don't look any darker.
Not
I guess
only
a little bit.
You can only do so much with this.
Greg wants more.
Greg wants more. I'm good.
Also, the
That's great.
gravity of what has happened since he lost
Great.
the last election.
YouTube.com/@1210.
I feel like Robin Williams and Miss Doubtfire. I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeVille.
By the way, Sean Farash just joined the show.
He's gonna have thoughts.
And he's the first thing he sees is Dawn putting makeup on you.
Yeah. All right, let's rejoin Kamala in progress.
Sorry.
Party begged him to call off the mob and send help. He did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse.
I got to tell you, Nick, it really did take the shine out of your dome.
It did. It did. I'm very neutral now.
Yeah.
But as far as Kamala goes here.
Look at your face.
You look good.
You look good, Nick.
Great job.
You look good.
Good scent to that as well. Whatever that was you put on, it smells nice.
Sean is watching right now,
Is he?
and it's just like you like what show did I join?
Yeah, he's gonna crush me as Trump and as Sean. He's gonna give me a double whack when he comes up.
Hey,
It's gonna be
look.
great.
If Trump came, I'd be like, Mr. President, can I show you? I'm going to make bronzing great again.
Yeah, make bronzing
Because sometimes he's too shiny.
Yeah.
And the ears, you have to blend.
So she's talking there again about January 6th. She's talking about the
She's
ridiculous New York case. And I think we had the Media Research Center yesterday. ABC, CBS, and NBC spent 0 minutes covering the 818,000 jobs that didn't exist. I got to tell you, the more I listen to Kamala when she goes down to revisionist history of 4 years ago, this last 4 nights, the total mentions, I think Trump was mentioned 279 times on Wednesday. It's a 4-night campaign ad for Trump. Like, you did nothing really to tell us anything about your vision for the future
What are you going to do?
of a substantive nature, right?
Yep. What?
Really bad.
Daniel says Nick drives a Honda.
It's a truck. And I'll run you over with
All right, let's make way for Sean. I think we played 2 cuts.
That was all, huh?
I mean,
we have a lot to say. So.
I never played that. Wait, hang on. There's one clip I want
more?
to play. There's one clip I want to play because I think it really sums up last night a lot, and I don't think he meant to do that. Let me see where that clip is here. Just
you alluded
amongst
to this
yourself.
earlier
Yes.
today.
Yeah, I want to pay off this tease.
Yeah.
This is what's his name? Don Ducapole, Tony Ducapole, or something.
Yeah.
Tony Ducapole.
I don't know.
Duca.
Doco pill. I
It
don't
sounds like
know.
a weight loss supplement.
So he
Doca
was at the DNC, and he said this about the DNC, trying to be cute and funny, but I think this sums up the DNC more than he realizes it. This is cut 15. Phil, go.
Nora, I am on the convention floor, but that floor is now covered up to my waist in balloons. I think the confetti's in the air, the big balloons are flying, and the 2024 Democratic National Convention is definitely in the books, and people are loving it down here. Chuck Schumer, was he dancing, was he prancing? I just saw him go by. We've got cheers, we've got a certain underwater quality as people dodge the balloons, a certain concert quality as people wait and enjoy the music. And I will leave the reviewing of the content to you, but the emotion and the feeling down here is, I don't know, 7-year-old's birthday party is how I would put it. There is joy and there's not a lot of thinking. It's a good time.
7-year-old birthday party?
A 7-year-old's birthday party. There is joy and not a lot of thinking.
Yeah, well,
does that not sum up the convention?
That sums up Kamala Harris in a nutshell,
wow.
right?
But he meant it as a compliment, but he's just stupid.
He and Katie Tur of NBC have 4 kids together.
Oh, wow. Well, if this
So
is
you know
what
about
America, if this is what you want for president, then knock yourself out. You know what to do.
Sean Farash,
Yeah,
next.
Coming up next,
Farish.
the great
Sorry.
Donald J. Trump will join us. Yes, the Donald J. Trump. It's Kayal and Company as we continue. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Labor Day signals that fall is fast approaching. Apple picking, fall leaves, and chilly nights are on the horizon. With Legacy Box, you can cozy up and watch something special this fall. Your family's home movies. Legacy Box is the simple, safe, all-inclusive solution for preserving your family's memories trapped on videotapes, film, even photos. After 10 years in business, Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer. They've helped over 1 million families relive their wedding days, babies' first steps, and family road trips. Just fill Legacy Box with your VHS tapes, film reels, or pictures. Legacy Box digitizes it all by hand right here in the USA, and then sends it back on a thumb drive or the cloud. Future-proof your recorded moments today so you can gather the family and begin the trip down memory lane. Plus, for a limited time, they're offering 55% off. Go to legacybox.com/value to get 55% off. That's legacybox.com/value.
I am Judith Krupnik, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. I drive an absolutely fabulous XC90 hybrid, the best of both electric and internal combustion. It's really an incredible Volvo. We are offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any 2024 XC90 hybrid in stock. If ever an XC90 was on your list, now is the time to visit Cherry Hill Volvo. $15,000.
President Biden's big inflation problem is still here. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reported, quote, more working Pennsylvania families are struggling to make ends meet. But instead of helping us, Senator Bob Casey backed President Biden's disastrous agenda. Casey voted with Biden 98% of the time, including for trillions in wasteful spending. All of that Washington spending made inflation worse, making families pay more. If that wasn't enough, Casey also voted repeatedly in favor of higher taxes on Social Security benefits. That's right, Senator Casey voted in favor of higher taxes on seniors' benefits, leaving seniors with less money in their pockets. Higher taxes for seniors and higher prices for everyone. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act, paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It is Kayal and Company live on a Friday morning. Sean Farish coming up shortly. I am bronzed. I have not adopted a Barack Obama delivery like Josh Shapiro. I will continue to be my authentic self, comfortable in my own skin.
Just so people know, the reason we're doing this is because yesterday during, or I guess it was, last night, 2 nights ago, during Josh Shapiro's speech, he was heavily bronzed.
Yeah, he went from pasty white to very tan, and he was bronzed up. I don't know if he jumped in the tanning bed as well, but man, he went he went from like March to August in 24 hours.
Yep.
So that's why we did that today. Plus the fact that I screwed up my beard as I was shaving, which, by the way, I just saw the big boss, David Yageroff, who was in our kitchen, and he said the beard looks fine and the bronze looks fine. So your comments on YouTube don't hurt me, okay? When the big boss says everything's good, don't waste your time.
Yeah.
All right. We'll get to Sean here incoming. You say Sean's good or not yet?
He's not.
Okay.
We're having a little behind-the-scenes issues.
That's fine. We'll get to some calls, and we'll get some more cuts in here in the meantime. But let me I'm going to grab a couple of calls. Let's start here with Simon, who's in Chester Springs. Simon, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother. Go right ahead.
Okay, great. My first call to you. Great work, guys.
Thank you.
So I have a comment and a request.
Okay.
The comment is, in Israel, the trend, you're talking about masculinity, the trend was kind of the same as here. The young guys, especially the highly educated, the high-tech people, were kind of trending against. But when Israel was under attack, those guys really stood up, and they're fighting hard in Lebanon and Gaza, and they're really making everybody proud.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, what Israel shows that there is just because men are strong, it doesn't mean that women cannot be strong. You have plenty of women serving and fighting in the IDF as well.
Yep.
And showing masculinity in a way, the way they fight. And they fight together, and it's a really strong society. So that's my comment. So that's a positive thing. I hope same thing will happen here.
But do you think the same thing would happen here, though? God forbid we have an October 7th again, or a 9/11 type thing. Do you think the same call to action would occur here like it did 23 years ago after 9/11?
I don't think that it will include everybody, obviously, but I think a big majority of young people will stand up.
All right. Now, what's your request?
Request is, can you please stop playing cuts from that shit show that they call the TNT?
You have to say S show.
Hang on. The S show.
The S show.
The S show.
I don't even know. There's a lot of S shows out there. I would have loved to have heard which show he was talking about. But
I think he means the DNC.
Oh.
It's all good.
Okay. I mean, it could have been The View. It could have been Rachel Maddow's show. There are a lot of S shows out there, folks.
By the way, that is why listening on the Odyssey app and YouTube, because you hear all the stuff. That didn't go out on 12:10, so.
But nice workout assignment.
Yeah.
He made a good call.
He's good.
All right.
Take another call.
All right, let's grab Eddie in Philadelphia. Eddie, you are next. What S show do you want to complain about, sir?
Hi, my name is Eddie, and I just want to say something about the last night about Kamala.
Okay.
The way she was talking, she was not honest, and she was not telling the truth. Everybody thinks she's an angel, but she's not.
All right.
And besides this, everything like the caller before say, you're absolutely right. They have to learn from Israel, all the things what they do, but the young kids here, not to get brainwashed like they do in the colleges and everything. And so they're going to learn another way how to survive in life.
Mm-hmm.
They come at 21, they keep whining and crying, Mommy, I want this and I want this. There's not the way. So they should start when they're 18 to go to the army, and they're going to make him a man. They're going to make him strong.
Yeah, you know, I think lost in all the conversation, and great call, Eddie, is like you learn a lot of skills by going to the military, and whether you're only there briefly or you do it as a career and then transition to civilian life at 35 or 40 years old or whatever. I mean, you really learn to start fighting for your I think today's generation of the me, I want it how I want it on demand, the self-entitlement, they'll knock that right out of you in the military. So you could definitely learn a lot of lessons. Eddie, we appreciate the call. All right, from one S show to another, let's bring in the former president of the United States, the 45th president. Donald J. Trump is finally with us this morning. Mr. President, how are you, sir?
Well, we're doing very well, and you saw what happened yesterday at the DNC, and we did very well on Truth Social, which is a tremendous platform, but we watched it, and it was very hard to watch, and I'm somebody who doesn't drink, so it was even harder to watch. And it looked like, I have to tell you, it looked like the person who was speaking was a couple of sheets to the wind. So, maybe more than one or two or three. It could be a lot. You look at that. We've heard she's got a lot of problems. We know she has mental problems, but she also may have a drinking problem. But if you look at it, as one of the great country music artists said, doesn't look like she has much of a problem drinking at all. So she did a terrible job yesterday, and we're very happy about it. We're very happy about being able to win. She's a cackling communist hyena. We know that. And we're going to beat her like nobody's ever seen before, I can tell you that.
Let's get to some of the economic fraudulent news, and I want to start with the jobs report. 818,000 jobs that were fake. They were fugazi. They were fraudulent. They never existed, and the Biden-Harris administration has been outed by the mainstream media for this. Your thoughts on the overinflation of our jobs market?
Well, everything they do is fake. Every single thing they do is fake. These are sick, fake, liar, phony people. These are phony people. And you saw that 818,000 jobs never would have happened if I was your president. Everybody would have a job. And these people now, you have 818,000. There are people looking for jobs. They can't find them. And Crooked Joe and cackling comrade Kamala likes to say that, they're creating all these jobs. And then you come back a year later and there's no jobs. So these people are liars. These people are phonies. These people are fake. They're fake as hell. And we are not going to let America fall for this. You see that they talk about there's no problem on the border, but they're going to fix the problem. How could you have no problems and then want to fix a problem? These people are terrible. I can tell you that they are terrible people. The jobs went missing like the donuts go missing in Chris Christie's house every single time. What happened? Did he eat the jobs? Did he do something to them? Did he sit on them and squish them down to nothing? Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? And I heard something happen. He got on the scale yesterday, and he set record numbers. Your numbers are great. His numbers are going up, too, like a rocket ship. As a matter of fact, you look at the scale, and the scale actually started speaking English. It said, please get off. You're hurting me. That's what I can tell you. So you have 818,000 jobs. They were there. Now they're not there. Now you see them. Now you don't. It's really terrible to see what they're doing to our country. But our country is smarter than that, and they're not going to fall for it.
Let's get to the border. I thought it was super smart politically and strategy-wise to get down to the border yesterday in Arizona. But once again, another threat on your life, and you didn't even know about it until the media brought it up. And then News Nation's trying to get a soundbite from you as you're getting back into the motorcade. A lot of sick individuals out there. How concerned are you on a daily basis about your well-being between now and November 5th?
Well, we're very concerned, but we're also not concerned because I've already been shot once. I've been shot at more than Tampon Timmy, you know that. and he says he was shot at a lot. He said he was in combat, he was in war, he carried weapons of war. A tampon is not a weapon of war. I have to say that. I just want to say that. It could be used like that, but it's usually not. But you look at what happened. We were down on the border. There were those bad hombres staring at us through the wall, and I looked at him and I said, "Hola. You can't come in." And he said, "I want to come in." I said, "You're not coming in." There was apparently somebody running around who wanted to kill me. This is horrible. And this is a sick person. And these are very sick people. And we're not happy about it. We're not happy about it. And we're very concerned about it. But we're not going to stop. I got up after getting shot. I told everybody to fight. And there are crazy people who think I wasn't shot. We were talking to them. They think I wasn't shot. They say Donald Trump was never shot. What the hell happened to my ear if I wasn't shot? They think I wasn't shot. These are crazy people. These are sick people. But they also think that Kamala's a smart person. They believe in absolute fairy tales. And so these are sick people. Some, in many cases, are stupid people. And we don't like stupid people. And our country's being run by stupid people. But you look at it, and the DNC was a disaster. I heard somebody say it was an S show. You look at what happened to Nancy Pelosi, the toilet paper fell out. You saw that. And usually that would happen to Tampon Tim. It was a tampon coming out, or Crooked Joe. You know, he's got the Depends. Oh, no. She had the toilet paper come out. I don't want to know what she was using it for. I don't know why. I don't want to know why it was up there. They say it was notes. That's not usually where you keep your notes. I have to say that. Unless you're Pete Buttigieg, then you might keep your notes there.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
We call him Patient Zero, by the way. We call him Patient Zero. You know, there's horrible things that are happening. Buttigieg.
Yes.
Buttigieg. But, you look at that. The DNC was a disaster. You have people trying to kill me. America's not falling for it. But we are not that concerned because if we get knocked down, we get up. You know, Smash Mouth, we wrote the song together. So we do tremendously well.
Wow.
Donald Trump joining us.
With a Smash Mouth reference.
Yeah,
Love that.
Not getting it anywhere, anywhere else in Morning Drive.
Amen.
How nice of you I thought it was earlier in the week in North Carolina. You're at your rally. It's the first time you're behind bulletproof glass. Finally, the Secret Service says, hey, here's a novel concept. Let's put them behind something that bullets can't penetrate. And this lady has a health scare. You leave the stage mid-rally. You expose yourself to possible threats, and everybody wants to tell me Trump only cares about himself. I don't know. You seem to care about that lady on Wednesday.
Well, we had to make sure she was okay because it was so hot. It was so hot, and everything we do is hot. It's incredible. The ratings are hot. Truth Social is hot. We've brought X back. You know, Elon is very happy because we did a space. We tweet now. We post. We can't call them tweets. It's not tweets. He'll get very mad at me. We post, and that's hot. WPHT 1210. You guys are hot. Very nice. You're doing very well.
Thank you, sir.
#1 talk station, by the way, on Odyssey. We heard about it, and you're doing tremendously well. Hot, 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 like nobody's ever seen. You know, caliente. They call it caliente. That's the word in Spanish. We know we speak very, very well in Spanish. Sleepy Jose, caca, and frente del papa. We know what that means. I call it Operation Tootsie Roll. But we were on the stage, and something happened, and we called for a doctor, and they got her, and we wanted to make sure she was okay. You know, the Kamala campaign, they like to say joy. I've never seen them hug each other, and when it happens, it's a disaster. You know, you look at Kamala, she says, Dougie, I want the Doritos, Dougie Doritos. And then Tampon Tim is handing the other one over. The hugs are very awkward. We made sure she was okay. We didn't care. We wanted to make sure she was okay. We didn't care about the bulletproof. And we gave her a hug, and she was beautiful. She was okay. And the minute we hugged her, everything was good. They call it a touch. It's like King Midas. Everything I touch turns to gold. And I have a heart of gold, by the way, too. 72 karat gold. Nobody has a heart like this. It's incredible, and we just wanted to make sure she was okay, and she was okay. And that's what we're going to do for our country. We're going to give America a huge hug. That much I can tell you.
Closing moments with Donald J. Trump here on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So the coronation is over for Kamala. All eyes once again back on you, as well as Bobby Kennedy today. So Mr. Kennedy will be speaking in Arizona around 2. You are set to follow around 4. Can you give us a little bit of a preview of maybe what your special guest, who he is, who she is, and what are your thoughts on a potential endorsement from RFK Jr., and what will you give him in return for that endorsement?
Well, we love RFK. We think he's nice. He's a nice guy. We call him Bobby. We're the first people to call him Bobby. That was us. We called him Bobby, and he's a great guy. It's a nickname for Robert. I created that too. But you have this in Arizona. He's dropping out. It looks like he's dropping out. And he may endorse. We'll see what happens. Looking for a position. I can tell you press secretary is probably out. And, we just don't need that. But he is actually a tremendous person. I have to say that. And he will do a wonderful job with big pharma. I call it huge pharma now. It's incredible. It's incredible and enormous. Bigger than Stacey Abrams, and that's big. You look at that. Bigger than the gap in her mouth. You saw that. Harrison Butker. He's a great kicker. He can kick a field goal through her teeth. It's incredible. They say, I'm from New York. You had the Long Island Railroad. They say, mind the gap, because people were falling in. They have to say that with Stacey Abrams. Watch the gap, because you never know what's going to happen. But you see, RFK, Arizona, great state. It's a border state, and we are going to do very well. We're looking for his endorsement. Bobby's a great guy, and we'll see who is the special guest. It's down to 2 people. It's down to Bobby and our good friend Snoop. We love Snoop Dogg. He's great. He was going to be our vice president, and then we went with J.D. Vance, and the D in J.D. Vance actually stands for dog, D-O-double-G, J-Dog Vance. But he's going to be our vice president. We love Snoop. We love Bobby. And we are very excited about today in Arizona.
Yeah. Donald J. Trump, nice work as always. Our buddy Sean Farish is with us as he joins us every Friday here on Kayal and Company. Sean's going to stay with us through the next half hour. But, Sean, just your takeaways, your observations, 4 nights of a whole bunch of nothing in Chicago. Your thoughts on the DNC?
I mean, it was all about Trump, right? That's all they did. I used to do sales, and one of the cardinal sins was, never focus your pitch around your competition. And I always put it this way: like, let's say you want to buy a car, right? And you're going to a Chevy dealership or whoever you're buying it from, and their biggest selling point is like, buy my car because it's not a Ford, right? Buy this Chevy because it's not a Ford. You're like, but what is it? Right? You even have Democrats that are encouraging Kamala Harris. This is insane. And this is where we are. And people are okay with it. That's what drives me nuts, right? Because I wish people were this easy to sell when I was selling. I mean, I would have done it much better. But, it seriously. So they're like, don't talk about your policy until after the election. In what world could Americans possibly be okay with that?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's like vote for the bill to find out what's in it, right? This is insane. So there are people who are encouraging Kamala not to share her platform until after the election. That's nuts.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. That's like, let me sell you this car, and any questions you have about the car, you'll find out the answers to after you buy it, and you can't return it for 4 years if you don't like it. That is insane. I cannot believe there are people falling for this. And maybe they aren't. Maybe there's this, this flood of manufactured enthusiasm. I think there's some of that going on. But I do think there are some people who are like, oh, nice, a fresh face. It's not Joe Biden. It's better than Trump. I'm voting for Kamala, even though you have no idea what she stands for. That to me makes absolutely no sense. And again, back in the sales world, if I revolved my pitch around my competition, I'm more likely to give them business than to drive up business for myself. So the DNC was weird. It was, almost 400 or over 400 times they mentioned Donald Trump, but they didn't mention anything about policy. Kamala's going to do all these great things, but never said how she's going to do them. Hopefully Americans are seeing through this. And, in a couple of weeks, we'll have that debate, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. It's a shame that we're not going to have one before early voting starts, but at least we're going to have one then. And then I think one a few weeks later. She's ducking the Fox News debate because clearly she's scared. And again, where are we? We're 30 plus days now since she was coronated and hasn't done one interview. There's more interviews. She's done more interviews with Tim Walz than she's done with the media.
Yep.
And it was about like white guy tacos. I have no idea what that's about. Maybe that's where the tampon. I don't know. I have no idea. It was just nuts. And I'm happy the DNC is over, and I'm actually very excited for Arizona today.
All right. Sean Farish will be with us on the other side. I want to get your thoughts on RFK Jr. today and all of the impacts that could have. We'll do that as we continue. 9 o'clock hour. Sean will stay with us. Back after this here on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Even though we're talking about fall, school, kids back to school, it's still August. It's still road trip season. And many, many of you maybe want to make sure your vehicle is road trip ready. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you make sure that you and your family are safe out on the roads. The service centers of the Piazza Premium dealers not only handle all your regular maintenance needs, but they also diagnose the possible issues before they happen. Just schedule a service appointment online today. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com for that dealer nearest you, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. They're all over. There is power with Piazza. Visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Is your home cold and drafty, or windows and doors just won't open like they used to anymore? Brighten your home with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
We offer a wide selection to fit your style and budget, ensuring energy efficiency and aesthetic appeal.
And new doors and windows enhance your home's value and comfort.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Bring the fam to Giant Family Day on Sunday, September 15th at 1:35 when the Phils host the Mets, and kids 14 and under receive a Fanatic lunch bag. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Catch some Rays when the Phillies host Tampa Bay on Monday, September 9th, Tuesday, September 10th, and Wednesday, September 11th, all at 6:40. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.01, Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour underway on a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Sean Farish, as we head till 10 o'clock this morning. Morning mystery movie clip in about 20 minutes. We'll also get to your voicemails, more of the cut sheet, and more of Sean Farish. Big day today coming up, Sean. Phoenix, Arizona as a whole. We know Trump was there yesterday at the border. We'll get to some of these assassination threats that are out there. But I want to get to your thoughts on the Bobby factor. And really three questions. One, do you think he's going to endorse Trump today? Two, what impact will it have on the election? And then in return, where do you think he fits in a Trump administration or a Trump cabinet?
So, these are all factors with this RFK situation that I've been talking about. A lot of people have been talking about it all week. It's really complex, but it's also, it also could be very simple. So you look at national polling, RFK is between 3 and 5%, maybe a little higher in some of the swing states. And the campaign has basically said that they believe they're pulling more votes from Trump at this point than Harris, which, it's hard to believe, but their brand of Democrat is viewed as fascist now by the Democrat Party. So they're not pulling as many Democrats as they were from Biden, as opposed to Harris now. But RFK has a base of supporters. There's a reason why I wouldn't be excited about, Jill Stein dropping out and endorsing Donald Trump or Cornel West. That would never happen. They're crazy liberals. But, I am excited about the prospects, the potential of RFK getting out of the race and endorsing Donald Trump, because his supporters are very, very loyal. They will show up wherever he is. He's a Kennedy. It's still a powerful name in politics. And specifically, it is a powerful name in Democrat, politics. And Think of what J.D. Vance has said in the past about how he grew up. He grew up around a bunch of quote unquote Kennedy Democrats. If you consider yourself a Kennedy Democrat, the party of JFK, that Democrat party, it doesn't exist anymore.
No.
You are politically homeless. And you may not have as much in common with Republicans as you would like. You may not have as much in common with Donald Trump as you would like, but you have more in common with Donald Trump than you do with Kamala Harris. And by that, I mean, Donald Trump's not a communist, right? He's not going to go out there and try and drive price controls and this $25,000 home buyer assistance, which all that's going to do is increase the homes by $25,000 because that's what happens when you start throwing fake money at products and into the economy. But I think the RFK endorsement, if it does happen, and there are like kind of two sides to this. Nicole Shanahan, his running mate, has been telegraphing it all week that she wants it to happen, but it's Bobby's decision.
Yep.
And then there's talk on the other side that his wife, Cheryl Hines, may not want him to endorse Donald Trump. I think at the end of the day, if he doesn't do it today, he will eventually do it. But there are so many eyes on him today that if he doesn't do it today, my fear is that when he does come around and do it, they're going to say, oh, well, it's just a pressure thing. And, he's caving to it. Whereas today, it would look like this is a well thought out decision. He's doing this in the same state that Trump has been in the last couple of days. If he gets out and endorses this today, it does a lot of good things for Donald Trump. And maybe, people look at the polling and say, well, it's only 3%. How much of that goes to Trump and all this? There's a little bit more that, behind the scenes from a perception standpoint. Every time we talk about Donald Trump, a lot of people will come out and say, one of the biggest things they'll say about him is he has a hard time appealing to members out or voters outside of the MAGA base. Well, if you get an endorsement from a Kennedy, not John Kennedy from Louisiana, right? We're talking about, RFK, a Kennedy Democrat, a man who belongs to a family who has been religiously supporting Democrats for a long time. If you get an endorsement from somebody like that, you're talking about now, wiping away that perception that he can't appeal to anybody outside of MAGA because he's appealing to people, like John RFK, right? So I think this helps from a perception standpoint if that happens. I do hope it happens, and if he is brought into the administration, the role that I would want to see, I've been saying this basically all week, is, three criteria: narrow focus, tight boundaries, short leash. I've seen people speculate Attorney General. No. I've seen people speculate CIA. No. Too much power. He is still a Democrat. I don't know enough about him. I don't trust him in those departments. What I do trust him with is big pharma. What I do trust him with is crypto. He's incredibly knowledgeable about crypto. Mm-hmm. And both men spoke at the Bitcoin Nashville conference, and RFK is far more knowledgeable about that industry than Donald Trump, which is all right. Donald Trump is still learning. RFK can help him. Cutting the bureaucracy, cleaning out the deep state. I'm fine with a role like that. I don't need him as the director of the CIA or attorney general, but if we can task him with going after big pharma, reining them in, addressing the issues, there is an issue. There is a problem with these childhood vaccines right now. Something's going on. I don't know what it is. I don't know enough about it, but something is up here. Okay. And he's been very outspoken about that. If you hire a painter to paint your house, you're not going to ask the painter to do the plumbing, right? Why? Because he's a painter. Well, look at RFK as a painter. Bring him in, give him a very specific job. Let him do that job. Put him in a position where he can succeed and do the things that you agree with him on, right? That he can make progress on. If it's big pharma, that's great. I don't want to see him anywhere in charge of, climate or guns or abortion. I disagree with him on a lot of those, on all of those, his positions. I'm not voting for him for president. But if I find out that he wants to do some sort of unity movement with Donald Trump to defeat communism, basically tell his supporters, let's set aside our differences right now, win, and then we'll hash it out later. Mm-hmm. I'm fine with that, because now those politically homeless people who have been left behind by the Democrat Party can hear a voice that they're sympathetic to, that they can relate to, a Kennedy, a big name in American politics, and say, well, if the Kennedys are saying, or a Kennedy, the most prominent Kennedy right now, is saying this, then maybe we should give Donald Trump a chance. It'll expand the party and give Donald Trump a much bigger chance to win in November, which, I mean, that's got to be the goal.
Yeah.
Everything else as put aside, that's got to be the goal.
No question. And it's more than just RFK Jr. It's Elon Musk's endorsement, by no stretch a conservative. It's Tulsi Gabbard, a former Democrat. A Democrat, oh, by the way, who was in the military and actually was deployed and served, unlike Tim Walz. I know that happened at the beginning of the week, but we haven't chatted about it yet. Your thoughts on Tulsi Gabbard joining Trump's team to prep him for debate against Kamala Harris? Because as we know, she had a legendary moment about 5 years ago against Kamala in the primaries.
Well, I like to look at it like it's definitely a good strategy, but there's a lot of gamesmanship there too. You know, I think Kamala gets PTSD when she hears the name Tulsi Gabbard. She starts having flashbacks. And, you know, I'm a sports fan, a big-time sports fan. And I remember back, you guys will appreciate this, Pat Burrell, he played for the Phillies, right? He was a Met killer. He wasn't great against any other team, but he was amazing against the Mets. Every time he came up, Met fans started panicking, biting their fingernails all the way down to, down to the bone. That's the kind of thing. You see him lurking on deck. You're like, this guy always kills us. We don't want to deal with this guy. But you can't, intentionally walk Tulsi and put her on base. Right? She's on the team. And I think Kamala Harris is sweating over it. I really do. They haven't talked about it much, but I think there's a little bit of gamesmanship there. I also think it's nice to see Donald Trump, again, extending the olive branch. People may say he's getting too cozy with Democrats. Look, again, the painter is hired to paint. If Tulsi Gabbard is coming in to prep Donald Trump and help prep Donald Trump to debate against Kamala Harris, something that Tulsi Gabbard is basically famous and infamous for, right, and what she did in 2020, that's fine. She's not going to be in charge of policy. She's not going to be in charge of, guns and different things that we don't agree with her on. She's coming to play a specific role. She's coming to help Donald Trump with the debate. I think it's great to expand your team, get more voices in there. It's better than debate prepping with Chris Christie. Oh, we know how that worked, and that was probably very expensive, the amount of pizza they had to buy, but that's okay. I am very excited to see Tulsi on the team. I didn't want her to be VP. I don't trust Democrats in those types of roles. But in this type of role where she's proven that she can succeed on a debate stage with Kamala Harris, you bring her in, she helps the prep, you make a big deal out of it, and now Kamala's back there sweating going, well, what if he Tulsi's me? That could end it. That ended her entire run in 2020 in the blink of an eye. After that whole exchange with Tulsi Gabbard on the debate stage, Kamala dropped out. She didn't even get to Iowa. So, I think there's a little bit of gamesmanship here, but I also think it's a good move for Trump aside from the gamesmanship because she can help him. And if she wants to help him, we encourage anybody to jump into the effort here.
Speaking of sweating, I have to imagine that Trump should be sweating, but he just continues to operate in a very even-keeled, cool manner when it pertains to his, public security and his personal safety. We've seen the story yesterday, a 66-year-old man trying to kill Trump in Arizona. They apprehend him around 2:30. Arrest made in North Carolina a few days ago, and now we find out some Secret Service members are placed on technically administrative leave. How concerned are you right now about Trump making it to November 5th?
I mean, obviously it's a concern. He's been shot, right? And that was brutal. 41 days ago. That's all it was. And now you're seeing these kind of copycats popping up. So it is concerning. But this is the thing about Donald Trump. It is after 9/11 in New York, a lot of people were kind of shaken up, right? I was young. I was in 5th grade, but I remember it. And one of the things that we all said is you can't let fear dictate how you live. And the same lesson with COVID, right? When you start getting, wrapped up in fear and your mind starts to run, you start to maybe make irrational decisions, unforced errors. Maybe you're hoarding toilet paper, whatever it is, right? The COVID thing, everyone started, people hid. I mean, they were really scared, and fine, we didn't know what it was. But when you give into these emotions, you tend to make irrational decisions. And I love the way that Donald Trump is just not. I'm sure he's thinking about it, but you can't tell. I will promise you this: I will never play poker with Donald Trump. That man. I mean, you can't tell if he's afraid, if he's anything. He's just so calm and resolute. And I know people are going to be like, oh, listen to this guy. He sounds like Donald Trump. He's licking his boots. Folks, tell me I'm wrong, but cite an example, right? Like this guy got shot in the ear. I don't care what your conspiracy theories say. He was shot in the ear. He got up, threw his fist in the air. He had no idea if there was still a threat, told the crowd to fight, left. Yesterday, he's in Arizona. There's a guy on the loose trying to kill him. He does his whole thing. North Carolina, same deal. Woman passes out in the crowd. He walks away from the bulletproof glass to go check on her. I bet you he forgot the glass was even there. Secret Service is like, you got to be kidding me. Now here he is again, exposed. He goes there to hug the woman and make sure she's okay. That's the type of person I want leading the country. Yep. Not this crazy woman who won't share policy positions. She still hasn't shared any policy position. I'm going to do all of these different things. How? Don't worry about it. Well, I'm going to worry about it. You're the reason why my groceries cost 3 times they did back in 2019. And my favorite is, she goes, "We are not going back." That's her new slogan. All right. So we don't want to go back to what? Low inflation, strong borders, right? Cheap gas, strong military, safe streets, global stability. We don't want to go back to that. Why not? Does anybody really not want to go back to what we had under Trump? 12 of the last 16 years, this country we have been controlled by Democrats. 4 of them have been controlled, well, really 2, but 4 of them had a Republican president, Donald Trump. Those 4 years were better than those 12 years combined. We don't want to go back to that? Really? Americans don't want to go back to those cheaper prices, more affordable housing, less conflicts, better schooling. You don't want to go back to that? I would like to go back to that. So whenever she says we're not going back, I get it. It's this whole new way forward. But number one, she has not given us a path, right? It's like if you plug in your GPS directions to go somewhere, and it's just like, okay, drive. Well, where do I make my lefts? What interstate do I get on, right? There's no path. Right. She hasn't told us how she's going to do it, right? So this is a campaign that has been run on platitudes. You look at Tim Walz. He even did it. Clip this and send it to your undecided friends. Kamala's going to lower the price of living, the cost of living. How? He doesn't tell us. Yep. Right? So she keeps saying we're not going back, but I think a lot of Americans want to go back.
Final one for you. I found this to be fascinating. I knew the media would have a field day with it. Shapiro talked about it last night. Dawn and Greg and I all chatted about it earlier this morning. Trump's post on Truth Social about Josh Shapiro. And if you read the full post, it's about Kamala and the position and Shapiro and their position on Israel. But he worded it, and as usual on social media, the way you word something matters because it sits there, it lives there, and people, lose their mind over it. I think if he says it in front of a microphone, it's not nearly as big of a deal, but he talks about, and he says, overrated Jewish governor of the great state of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. But my pushback to that is, well, wait a minute. This is the party that always talks about identities, right? They're the party of identity politics. And also Shapiro and others saying that Trump is anti-Semitic. And I'm like, wait a minute. Have we been paying attention? Which party has had anti-Semitism running amok since October of last year? It's the Democrats. Is this a big deal, or is this the media making it a big deal?
Well, listen, I hope the media continues to push it, I'll be honest with you, because the more they want to highlight anti-Semitism, can we take a look at what happened outside of the DNC? Were those Republicans doing that? Or is it the Republican base that's screaming from the river to the sea and globalize the Intifada? Because that seems pretty anti-Semitic to me. To want to wipe the Jewish state of Israel off the map seems like an anti-Semitic thing to say and want to do, right? Globalizing the Intifada. Look at the college campuses. That's going to heat up again because school's coming back. Yep. And as Dawn continues to say, she said it a couple weeks ago, branded it perfectly, the Pennsylvania Passover. Josh Shapiro, in my opinion, I don't agree with what he said, but in my opinion, was the best speaker at the DNC. Hands down. He's very well versed, just like Obama. All right. I understand there's an act and, he sounds like a Jewish Obama. Fine. That means he's a great speaker. If there's one thing I could say that I'm apolitical, you could listen to Barack Obama back in the day, very charismatic, great speaker. I don't agree with him, great speaker. Okay. So you have Josh Shapiro, who was far and away, he was fiery, he was engaging, you wanted to keep listening to him at the DNC. He should be the running mate. If the media wants to, and he's in a crucial state, if the media wants to talk about anti-Semitism, they have to start with why Josh Shapiro is not on the ticket. And the reason he's not on the ticket is because anti-Semitism doesn't just exist in the Democrat Party. It lives in the Democrat Party. It thrives in the Democrat Party. And the fact that these people have not been held accountable, it is being encouraged in the Democrat Party. If he was on the ticket, Michigan would look awful for them. So Kamala Harris and the Democrats literally had to appease the anti-Semitic wing of their party to better their electoral chances. Now, I don't want to hear about Donald Trump being an anti-Semite because A, that isn't true. B, that doesn't exist in our party. C, he did some of the most amazing things for Israel. The Abraham Accords, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, the fact that he's been a strong ally to Israel from the day he took office, the day he left, and even now. You can't tell me that Donald Trump is an anti-Semite without in the same respect, passing over Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, AOC, the Death to America crowds, people burning the American flag from the river to the sea, globalize the Intifada. That's anti-Semitism, literally calling for the genocide, the end of a race of people. Okay, that's anti-Semitism. So if they want to focus on that, go right ahead, because there are countless numbers, countless examples of rabid left-wing Democrat voters supporting and encouraging and calling for the end of the Jewish state, death to Jews, horrible things to happen to Jews. Those are the people the Democrat Party right now is appeasing, and you can look no further than the choice to put Tim Walz on the ticket versus the Jewish governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro.
Sean Farish, he'll be back with us Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. Great stuff, buddy. Have a good weekend.
Did he comment on the bronzing?
Hey, thanks, guys.
Oh, yeah. By the way, your thoughts on my new adopted Shapiro tan?
I bronzed him.
I think it looks great. I think you would look a lot better if you were orange. I can tell you that. But we're very happy that you're not like Josh Shapiro. He's short. He's orange. He looks like an Oompa Loompa. He looks like an Oompa Loompa. No, I think it looks good. And I cannot wait for next week. We're going to have so much fun Monday through Wednesday. So we will see you then. You guys have a great weekend.
All right, brother. Thank you. There he is, Sean Farish from Nashville. He'll be with us Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. Now let's get to our Friday installment of the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
Dun, 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 dun. There we go.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You said you wanted to know how to get Capone. Do you really want to get him?
Oh, jeez.
You see what I'm saying? What are you prepared to do? Everything within the law. And then what are you prepared to do? If you open the ball on these people, Mr. Nash, you must be prepared to go all the way. Because they won't give up the fight until one of you is dead.
I want to get Capone. I don't know how to get him.
Want to get Capone? Here's how you get him. He pulls a knife, you pull a gun. He sends one of yours to the hospital, you send one of his to the morgue. That's the Chicago way. And that's how you get Capone.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, a little Chicago tie-in, DNC. Now it makes a little more sense. It's super easy, but it makes more sense. And one of the actors was born on August 25th of 1930, as it's his birthday coming up. But if you can identify that clip, caller 12, 855-839-1210. You will win our tickets to the In-Water Boat Show coming up in Atlantic City, which is at the Golden Nugget Casino and Hotel, September 5th through the 8th. See the new 2025 model introductions from all the major boat manufacturers. Tickets on sale at acinwaterboatshow.com. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Our winner, cut sheet, voicemails, and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Dawn Big 3.
Dawn's Big 3. Woo! What's on the Dawn Show? Today in music history. All the stuff that we normally do. It's all still ahead. Stay right there.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter. Locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
With NJ Diet, you can lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. They have customers that have lost 37 pounds, 100 pounds, and over 120 pounds, and they've kept it off. You'll have more energy, and you'll probably see better lab results. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to provide you personalized natural formulas and supplements so you can lose the weight, and DNA testing will help you keep it off. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Go to njdiet.com.
An excessive heat warning is in effect. Is your AC system struggling to keep your home cool? If you hear something funny, smell something burny, your AC is frozen or leaking water, or even feel warm air coming from your unit, it's time to call CNC. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning. Your local York certified comfort experts can make it a no-sweat summer for your entire household with one phone call. 0% financing options available. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit cc-hvac.com to request your estimate today.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've been telling you about one of the greatest finds of Mama Zioli, besides me, of course, and that's our dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. As you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike. His level of care and commitment to dental excellence is unmatched. Now, if you've been putting off seeing a dentist or getting that complex dental procedure done, I don't want to sound like Mama Zioli, but what are you waiting for? Take care of your teeth. So important. You got to have a great smile. You got to look your best. Plus, Dr. Mike and his staff make it so easy to have that beautiful, healthy smile. Dr. Mike has been named a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. I promise you won't be disappointed with Dr. Mike. So if you haven't been to the dentist or you're on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Mike today. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your appointment or free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Bob's Little Sports Shop, Delsey Drive in Glassboro, is your one-stop shop for firearms and firearm safety. Bob's now offers an expanded selection and classroom area, NRA-certified instructors for all your firearm education, and an indoor pistol range open daily.
I have heard of children crying and gunfire in the night. Freedom seems so far away, but still the people fight. Freedom is a fragile gift that has a heavy price. Battles won and battles lost, and many gave their life. What some men take for granted, others never see. To speak their mind and have no fear and live a life that's free. This happened in a foreign land not too long ago. Freedom is the greatest gift that everyone should know. To safeguard all our liberties and keep our country free, it's not up to the government, it's up to you and me.
Remember Bob's Little Sports Shop for firearms and firearm safety. Call 856-881-7575 or bobslittle.sportshop.com. Paid for by Bob's Little Sports Shop, Glassboro, New Jersey.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
927, Kayal and Company, Friday morning. As we continue, cut sheet, big three, voicemails, all still coming up. But first, we have to give away our Atlantic City in-water boat show tickets coming up in just about 2 weeks. Joseph in Vineland, New Jersey. Joseph, how long did it take you to identify that clip?
Just about 5 seconds.
It's about 4 seconds too long. Joseph, what movie was it?
The Untouchables.
That is correct. Yes. There you go. Congratulations. You've got yourself the ticket September 5th through the 8th at the Golden Nugget.
Thanks so much.
You're welcome,
Take care.
Joseph. You too. Joseph in Vineland, New Jersey.
By the way, tomorrow is Sean Connery's birthday. That's why we played that.
Yeah.
He's, how old is he? Let me see here.
94.
Sean Connery is 94. Oh, my God. Wow.
Wait, he's not alive, is he? Is Sean Connery still alive?
Oh.
Or he would be 94 if he was alive. I don't think he's alive.
Yeah, why do we do that when we say that would have been their birth rate? We do
Oh,
the
he's
weirdest.
dead. He's dead. Henry. Okay.
Yeah.
It would have
What
been
year
his
did
birthday.
he die? Oh, yeah, he's been gone for a while. He died, well, not a while. He died in 2020. He actually died on Halloween of 2020. It's right when COVID was raging.
That completely escaped me.
Yeah, I don't
didn't know he
recall
had
that
died.
happening.
Yeah.
Wow.
August 25th, 1930.
You think you're funny, Trebek, don't you? All right, let's get to some of the news. 9:29. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Macy's, the ultimate shopping event. So, number one, the FDA signing off on updated COVID-19 vaccines for you, since we talked about vaccines, as health officials warn of another summer wave of infections.
Get your boosters. Get vaxxed. It stops with you.
Moderna and Pfizer saying that these updated mRNA shots will be available in pharmacies and clinics in the days ahead, so that this will help you mitigate immunity issues as far as the COVID-19 vaccine, not an immunization, but estimated to account for, by the way, the new strain in the United States right now, KP.311, 37% of cases over the past 2 weeks.
I'll be tracking that throughout my weekend as whether I venture out of my house or I stay locked down to avoid KP.311. Sounds like an update for an IBM computer. By the way, what's polling lower right now, boosters or Bobby?
Boosters.
What do you think the percentage of Americans are out there right now that get the booster?
People are not going to get it.
What, 6% of Americans?
Don't want it. I mean, honest to God, that's the
yeah,
truth.
no, I know.
We talked a lot about Arizona and that Trump will be in Arizona. RFK Jr. will be in Arizona. But there was a major SCOTUS ruling that we haven't talked about this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the fact that they're calling it this is a Supreme Court ruling that came out yesterday, a partial victory for Republicans in Arizona who want, in fact, proof of citizenship for some voters, especially new voters, first-time voters, which is, by the way, the law here in Pennsylvania. The group says every state should determine its own voting process. This is really another states' rights ruling, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's what this is.
I know.
It was a 5-4 ruling. Supreme Court gave partial victory to the Republicans, and they're saying that, yes, in Arizona, they will be enforcing proof of citizenship for first-time voters.
Yes, Sotomayor, Kagan, Amy Coney Barrett, and Ketanji Brown Jackson said they would have fully denied it. 5-4, there you go. Yeah. What a novel concept. Hey, you got to have proof of citizenship to vote. Boy, the audacity of these Republicans to, throw out these racist, ridiculous ideas. My God.
So, number 3 in our big 3, Beyonce fans. We've talked about the lies and the fact-checking at the DNC this week. But Beyonce fans want to deal with the lies. They are not happy, and they are demanding answers and transparency after a DNC, what they're calling a no-show. So the internet, and social media blowing up, and really blowing up with all the speculation over who started the lies, the rumors that Beyonce, and there were some that said Taylor Swift, there were some to say, George W. or somebody from the Bush family, but the biggest one, the Beyonce fans are saying, that was a lie. Who started that lie?
Yeah, they were told Queen Bee was going to be there, and they got let down. Boy, if it's not lying about the jobs report, it's lying about Beyonce. Lies, lies, lies.
They did that just to boost the numbers.
I know. Hey guys, we're gonna.
To get people to stay.
We got a big guest coming up at 9:52. Stick around for it. Actually, I don't. I just want you to stay with us.
Yeah, well, I think Bruce Springsteen is going to be on promoting his concert tonight.
Oh, nice.
Funny you say that. I got a tweet last night saying, "Boy, I sure hope the surprise is Springsteen, so Stalker's head explodes at 6:02."
Oh my God. Yeah, would have.
You would have went nuclear today.
I did, yeah.
But I will say that Beyonce, I know that TMZ put up, they said, well, Beyonce technically was the guest star because she's allowing the Harris campaign to use her song Freedom in all of its ads.
Oh, that's hideous.
And they played Freedom last night.
Oh, that's hideous.
And by the way, they've taken the Trump campaign to court because somebody posted something with her song Freedom, which is like from her country album. And they said, nope, Trump, the only one who has permission is Kamala.
Boy, I'm surprised Kamala would have given the sign off on Beyonce because that would be another African-American female that's more liked and a better speaker than her. You would have had Oprah, you would have had Michelle and Beyonce. That's the thing about this is they're doing everything they can to make Kamala as lovable and likable as those notoriously popular figures. And it's just, look, it might win the election, but she's never going to be in that Obama mold. And they're hell-bent on making that happen.
And that's just it. To your point, I think it comes down to branding. Who do you know? Who do you trust, especially amid very tough economic times?
Yep.
We are sponsored by Macy's. It is the ultimate shopping event with an extra 25% off designers. Designers that rarely, if ever, go on sale. Plus, 15% off beauty, too. By the way, if you want Nick's powder that I applied, the powder and the bronzer, it was the Lancome Matamonde. The Matamonde, I think it's Matamonde 5.
Okay.
And that's on sale right now.
Is that really?
Rarely goes on sale.
So what do I do
15%
later?
off.
What do I do later today? Do I have to wash this off before I lay down for the nap? Or
for God's sake.
Or do I just go down will it get all over my pillow? I don't want to have to change my pillowcase today.
Well, I mean, just don't rub your head into your pillow. If you just lay down.
Lay there gently.
Lay there.
Just wondering. These are the things I have to think about in my day.
Just lay down gently,
all right,
softly.
I got you.
And you'll be fine.
Thank you, dear.
This is Macy's, the ultimate shopping event. Thank you, Macy's, for sponsoring us. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions do apply. Today at Macy's Ultimate Shopping Event. Thank you, Macy's, for sponsoring Kayal and Company Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Voicemails coming up in just about 10 minutes at 9:45. Right now, let's get to What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. Okay, we know how we rated the speech last night in the DNC last night. What did undecided voters think of this?
Okay.
This is this was on CNN last night after the speech. Undecided Pennsylvania voters react to Harris's DNC speech in Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Hey!
How did they react to it last night? Cut 9, Phil, go.
About that. But what I want to ask all of you all together at this point, like I said, none of you were ready to make a commitment to any candidate in November. Please raise your hand right now if you're now ready to make a commitment after today. Wow. I'm just kind of surprised by it. We haven't rehearsed this. I'm going to make that very clear. And I will attest to this.
All but one.
7 of you are now ready.
7 of 8.
Yes, I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris.
It's Kamala.
Yeah, Kamala Harris, yes.
Donna?
Yes, I'm voting for her also.
Sean? Sean?
Yes, Kamala.
Okay.
Sabrina?
Carmela.
Carmela.
Patrick?
Carmela.
Brian?
Trump.
Trump. And finally, Lindsay.
Still probably not voting.
You don't like either of them?
Nope.
Okay. What led to you all making a decision? Was it that decisive of an evening, Scott?
Yeah, I really, as I said before, I really liked her confidence. She's really seemed presidential. She seemed very confident. Like I said, she spoke from her heart. I liked how she filled you in on her background, that she struggled, her mother struggled,
All right.
middle-class family.
Donnie.
There you go.
Okay, so a couple of things. One, her struggles aren't going to absolve your struggles. Number one, that's the most important thing here. Number two, the guy in the top right corner, black man's going to vote for Trump. What concerns me about this election is historically, now Allentown is technically Lehigh County,
Yep.
but Northampton County is a bellwether county, which is Bethlehem and Easton. And typically how Northampton County goes, Pennsylvania goes, and I think this year in the election, how Pennsylvania goes determines who wins.
Yep, that's why I'm playing this.
That's a concern for me because I don't know, again, she sounded, now look, I'll be objective. She does sound much more confident on her own. But confidence only takes you so far.
On prompter.
Well, yeah. Well, that's all we've gotten, so that's all I can judge it off of. But she does seem more confident in her speech delivery. But again, she didn't tell you, like, what, because she was confident you're going to vote for her?
It's all by design, guys.
No, I know.
She doesn't have to.
Right.
She's winning the public over by doing what she's doing. Do you think she's going to stop doing it?
No. But that's the scary part of all of this is that, I mean, you like to, and this is why I always push back when you say, "Oh, we're a smart." No, we're a stupid nation.
Let me just put something scary in your mind at 9:38. We're next week is the last week of summer, and then we go into Labor Day. Pennsylvania and other states start voting September 16th.
Yeah.
So you can say that November 5th is Election Day. November 5th actually isn't Election Day. November 5th is the culmination of Election Day.
That's true.
So she could quite possibly go into having people voted with only having done one interview and one debate.
And here's the other thing. If she somehow manages just to avoid being obliterated on September 10th on that debate stage, to your point with early voting, you're going to have a 5-day window post-debate. And the media, she could absolutely get crushed, which I think she will. But the media will have 5 days to spin it. And then if any of those undecideds in Allentown, Pennsylvania, consume CNN for 9 minutes and say, wow, okay, they're saying she did an okay job, you can take it to the bank. They can't wait to rush their mail-in ballot votes in for Kamala. Take that to the bank. So, yes, they're like, well, there's going to be this slow period, and then a lot can happen in 73 days. It's not, to your point, it's not 73 days. It's actually 8 and 6. We're 24 days away from voting.
24 days from voting.
So,
yes.
Yeah, that's a good catch by you, actually.
Yep. So when everybody says, "Oh, it's only 75 days," nope.
And think about
no,
this,
my friend.
With early votes, you could have your ballot cast again on September 16th, and J.D. Vance could destroy Tim Walz on October 1st. And if those ballots are already in, much like Oz versus Fetterman,
Oz, yep,
it means nothing.
Yep.
Fetterman, who was absent,
yep,
as was Gavin Newsom for the DNC.
Mm-hmm.
No, Gavin Newsom wasn't.
No, Gavin wasn't there.
Yes, he was. He gave
last night.
I don't know if he was there last night, but he gave the roll call.
Okay, I thought you were talking.
He gave
about
the roll call for California.
I just meant last night.
Yeah.
And he wasn't.
No, he was. No, guys.
Was he there last night?
Yes,
I didn't see him.
He was sitting next to Nancy Pelosi.
Ah, the California seats.
Yeah.
The expensive seats. There you go.
All
right, coming up next, your voicemails. Download the Odyssey app. Listen to us right next to Listen Live, that little microphone. You tap, you talk, you send, and then you listen. Back after this.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Help me understand this.
Kayal and Company, as we continue, Dawn Show, 15 minutes out. Find out what she has lined up at the top of the hour. Also, what occurred today in music history and who on Twitter today. But first, our shiny new little object. It's like a nice little pet you just got, and you just can't stop showing off that little boy. It's time for the voicemails, Greg Stocker.
I'm Tim Walls, the soldier man.
Oh, boy.
Toot. I'm Tim Walls, the soldier man. Toot. When we went to war, I ran out the back door. I'm Tim Walls, the soldier man. Toot.
Wow.
What the heck?
It's a very, very creative audience, by the way.
I tell you what, this is reminiscent of my sports days when we had something like this. And there's just, it's amazing. You could talk about all the important stuff, yet the creativity that comes out for the shenanigans is what makes radio so much fun.
Amen.
Hi, this is Valdona from Doylestown. I just wanted to say that after 6 years on a nuclear sub, my grandson was accepted to Harvard.
Wow.
He declined Harvard, but he was also accepted at Princeton University for a full ride.
Amazing.
We're very proud of him. He's also saving his GI Bill for medical school.
Wow, very nice.
Smart kid.
Very smart
I
kid.
like it. Say no to the Ivies. All right.
This is Randy.
Oh, boy.
I was actually wondering, I got a suggestion for the show.
Uh-oh.
I was wondering if you could just do a solid 10 minutes of just Greg going the hell off on people. That would be fantastic.
No.
Yeah.
It's all authentic. I can't just script it. You know what I mean?
You just all of a sudden you go from 0 to 100.
Yeah.
I love it.
Bryce, I have got a couple people here with me that want to tell you exactly how much they enjoy listening to the show.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Newman. I like listening to 1210. I just don't like getting up at 6 a.m.
Settle down, Beavis. It's not that bad. You need to be a little more smooth with your delivery, like 12:10 a.m. The smooth sound of Kayal and Company, followed by Dawn Stanford.
WPHT.
Yeah. That was pretty cool there, butthead. Yeah.
Wow, there you go. I mean, that's in reference to that emailer who said that this show devolves too much into Beavis and Butthead. Toilet humor.
Right.
It's all Dawn's fault, actually.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Dawn and that potty mouth.
Yep.
Oh, Kamala, she's a babbling boob without a brain. She's a laughing fool. She's a left-wing tool. She is certifiably insane. Whoa. Kamala, she's a joke. Kamala, she hates Jews. She loves crime and she's out of her mind. Oh, Kamala, go away.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's that? What was that slapping in the background?
I don't know. Maybe it was somebody's butt cheek. I'm not really sure.
That's not right.
But I mean, man, we might have to start like the Kayal and Company choir.
This is amazing.
We got a lot of singers in the audience.
There's a lot of people who are very creative.
Yeah.
Very creative.
Or it's maybe one guy who's just leaving
too much time on his hands.
Exactly.
This was a host named Nick Kidd.
Oh boy.
Whose shaved head was quite pale.
Uh-oh.
Co-host Dawn is quite hot.
Yeah.
Despite dropping curse words like that could get her fine ass sent to jail. And producer Greg Stocker produces shows that are a gem.
Thank you.
And tells the audience, get your ass up, we start at 6 a.m.
Wow.
We start at 6 a.m.
Man, it's good.
And we've got lyricists. We've got everything.
Impressionists.
Yep.
Man, that Greg Stocker.
Oh my God, what are people obsessed with?
He just like school in the summertime.
Boy.
No class.
That's true.
Wow.
That's a good
Yeah.
point.
You did take a few below the belt shots today, but I applaud you for that. You shoot your shot, man.
I do.
Shoot or shoot.
This is Pretend Ozzy checking in.
He's back again.
You know, when I watch Big Mike and Barry make their speeches
Yep.
and think about how they're burning this country down and they want to be hired and have Kamala come and put the fire out, it just seems insane to me.
Yeah.
Pardon the seatbelt thing.
Yeah, put your seatbelt on
care.
there.
Thank you.
Arrive alive, as they say on the billboards.
All right, one more.
Yeah.
Es Jesus de Northville. Como siempre,
I like
Dawn es muy bonita.
Yeah. Muy
Greg
bonita.
es muy guapo.
Muy guapo.
Y Nick
Guapo.
y Tony son muy calvo.
Yeah.
Adios.
Hi, Papi.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There he is, Jesus. Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, that's what we got for you.
There we go.
Wow.
You notice nobody ever just uses their normal voice on the, the voice message?
I love it.
It's unbelievable.
Keep them coming. By the way, keep them coming. There's a
whole weekend coming up.
Yeah, there's.
You want to sound off on Bobby
There you
Kennedy
go.
and Trump today?
There you go.
Leave us a message. We'll play it 3 days from now.
Well, I don't know if you're gonna play it. I don't know if you're gonna do it next week.
Oh, that's
when I'm
right.
out, so.
Yeah. Stocker doesn't leave the toys around for the kiddies.
I don't.
And he takes them with him.
That's right.
All right. Dawn Show coming up top of the hour. What do we have lined up, Dawn?
So my better half, Lair Bear, he will call in the 11 a.m. hour
To talk about.
to talk about the
Toxic masculinity?
Being an alpha male.
Yeah, I'll have to tell him that. Honey, are you an alpha male?
Yeah,
Did you
baby.
take out the garbage? So our wrap up of thank God it's over the DNC. So we'll talk about that. Kamala lashing out at Trump. Trump's response. I want to air more of Trump and go through the Kamala lies and also what Trump said and what Kamala left out. What she didn't say is more critical than what she did say.
Okay.
So we'll go through all of that. So much breaking, so much developing, even though it's Friday. And by the way, what news drops are we going to see?
Yeah.
Not just today, Friday, because you know the news drops are coming, but then as well next week, Thursday, Friday, There are going to be all kinds of news drops, so we have to watch all these Friday and Labor Day news drops very carefully, my friends.
Okay.
And you look beautiful,
Thank you.
Nick Kayal.
Oh.
Well, no, I didn't. I'll bronze Greg.
No, how dare you?
I'll bronze you.
Stalker's got the golden locks, the beard. He's bronzed up
he's got
already.
the baby blues.
He was
But
born
you're looking
bronze.
good, bronze, Nick Kayal.
Yeah, the bosses are happy.
You know?
They're very happy.
All right, we have to get this.
All right.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, August 23rd, we celebrate the birthday of Rick Springfield, who's 75, and a heavenly birthday shout-out to Keith Moon from The Who. Single to Cooch, She Loves You by the Beatles in 63. Jane Says by Jane's Addiction in 88. And Operator by Jim Croce in 72. Albums include Grace by Jeff Buckley in 94. Big Brother and the Holding Company's debut in 67. Bust a Nut by Tesla in 94. And Feast by Annihilator in 2013.
Walnuts,
Yes, got to get my medal in.
Walnuts.
Also, in 2007, Brian May earned his PhD in astrophysics. In 69, Honky Tonk Women by the Stones at the top of the singles chart. Also, Johnny Cash at the top of the album chart. And in 1970, Lou Reed and the Velvet Underground performed together for the very last time. But lastly, after 151 of these, yes, yesterday was 150, a quick shout out to all of you who actually talk about my segment on social media, including Kimmy, Shafe, and Manglemush
He's doing
on
shout-outs
YouTube,
now.
Linda Kearns and Headmaster on Twitter.
oh,
All
boy.
you guys
Woo.
rock. I know there are others. Thank you very much. For Kayal and Company, have a great weekend. I'm Phil Lundquist.
In regards to busting a nut.
Help me understand this.
Who won Twitter?
Walnuts, you mean. Walnuts. Richard Notaro wins Twitter. He says, is Greg Stocker backhandedly saying we need a war to make men manly again? I know you backtracked it, but only slightly. I didn't backtrack it at all. We just need to remove the federal governments from so many aspects of our lives. No, I didn't say we needed a war.
No, you're very
to be,
anti-war.
To be manly again. I'm just saying that we're so far removed from anybody having to go to war not voluntarily that we're breeding weaker men.
It's the media.
Okay.
I blame the media, not war.
All right.
It's a media agenda.
There you go. All right, Dawn Show is coming up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Friday. We'll see what happens with Trump and Bobby later today, and we'll be back on Monday with Sean Farish. Until then.
Good night, everybody.
You have 3 ex-wives, and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar